transforming northern Uganda into a commercialized production and logistical hub for export. That is the theme that we are using, or that is the theme that we are driving our conversations and what is at stake here. Now, this particular forum was set to be held in Gulu at the logistics hub. However, it was later on changed this very week for a few factors that we shall later on be giving you. And but besides that, you also get to realize that we've been seeing quite a number of arrivals since Thursday that have been coming in from northern Uganda, because not only those exhibitors are from Magulu, but we have so many others coming in from various regions within the country. Now, please do note as well that the President is going to be our chief guest this very fruitful day, and we shall as well be giving you all those updates as they come along here on your national broadcaster. But speaking of which, yesterday more of the exhibition stalls were opened, and as the lead of government business, the Right Honourable Prime Minister Robina Nabanja was here yesterday to lead the various delegates, as well as the different guests that were here, as well as the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury, Ramadhan Gobi, who was also in attendance. Now, you get to realize that many of the exhibitors yesterday were displaying quite a number of things. We saw various conversations about the coffee value chain and trying to understand and putting into proper context for every other person out there who wants to benefit. Now, today we're not only unlocking opportunities for northern Uganda, but as well as trying to open up and unlocking other opportunities for other regions to tap into, because when you look at what the Presidential CEOs Forum does, is to ensure that there is a public and private sector partnerships that are to spur development. Now, please do note, under the National Development Plan 3, which is obviously where this entire biannual, the 5th biannual CEO Forum, private sector CEO Forum is running, is that when you look at the National Development Plan 3, one of the priorities are to ensure that they unlock opportunities as well as transforming livelihoods of different regions. Now, let me get right into the money, because I will be interviewing a few of, not even a few, I'll be interviewing everyone here who is exhibiting in these particular stalls to understand what they are having on display, and that said, what they are showing to us. But that said also is that we have the Right Honourable Prime Minister who is joining us this particular time. She's going to be visiting some of the stalls. She comes in as well, being led by quite a number of business delegates before we even get into some of the stalls. So we're going to be showing you what she's going to be touring, because she's going to be touring a number of the stalls at the display this very morning. And well, you can easily see she will be starting off with a stall that is Uganda Bati Limited. She's led by the CEO of the Presidential CEO Forum. And then after that, she will be coming into some of the stalls to say and visit some of the exhibitors as well, to see what is on display. Because like I said, we do have quite a number of private sector players displaying their services and goods this very morning. But not only that, we also have different government ministries and agencies that are displaying more of that. Again, the theme is Battle to the Greenfield, transforming northern Uganda into a commercialized production and logistic hub for export, with the 5th biannual private sector CEO retreat, which was supposed to be coming in Gulu. However, due to change of venue, it is now at the Kampala Serena Hotel. Now, this particular retreat got to see various players within the private sector, especially those from northern Uganda, arrive on Thursday and Friday as guests. Now, at the same time, you also get to realize that besides the fact that we are looking at how we can unlock opportunities within the northern region, which of course has got immense potential to spur economic growth in the country, you also get to realize that we need an opportunity to balance more and more.
hibiscus drink. It boosts the immune system. It adds some blood into you, then it circulates the veins and strengthens the bones. It's natural, and we get petals from northern Uganda to help make this. And then we are incubated by Uganda Industrial Research Institute. Yes,
we're incubated by...
Right, Honourable Prime Minister, you're most welcome to Asai Naturals. This is shea butter for the body. Yes, we are from Arua district, Arua city, and maybe you would love to have a feel of shea butter we make. It's very good for the skin. It makes your skin smooth, and it also helps to work on rashes as well.
That's why I look like that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister. So we have two products here. Honey, which is from Arua, and avocado oil, which we get when we have excess. Now we're turning to avocado oil and honey. And this year we had exported around 7 tons of beeswax to German, which is tremendous progress. However, we also have a challenge in pesticide remittance in the beeswax, which probably will need us, government, to support us in terms of using biological ways of doing things such that we can have a better market and income, and through farmers and also processors as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
We specialize in these bags, shopping durable bags. It's made out of strapping bags. Out of strapping bands, we export them from Kenya and Congo. So we have not processed in Uganda. As a raw material. This is my partner.
Right, Honourable Prime Minister, you're most welcome. This is Real IPM Uganda. Real IPM is the leading manufacturer of biopesticides in Africa. As you can see from this, we have organic pesticides, fertilizers, and biostimulants. Why we're advocating for the use of biopesticides? Because we want to reduce on the chemicals that are being used for production of fruits and vegetables. We all know the effects that they have to the environment, our health, and the people who operate. So as we said, we have
organic pesticides.
Yes, we said we have a very good product that we want to launch for the cattle, which will tackle the tick disease that has been having a problem and a challenge. And last, it is a metarrhizium, and it's a EPF, entomopathogenic fungus. So we are working with NARO to get it registered in Uganda so that we can challenge the things for ticks. Thank you so much.
It's organic too.
Good morning, ma'am. You're very welcome to Africa Global Logistics. Our task is one, to connect the green fields of northern Uganda to the rest of the world. We already have partners in Europe and the rest of the world that we can connect to and transport all of the crop from our green fields to the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Mama, you are welcome to Rena Beverage Solutions. We do okra powder, rosemary powder, and these are all hibiscus products. Specifically, we add value to the hibiscus seed, and you eat it as a snack, or you drink it as a coffee. We have tea bags from hibiscus, and we are making the hibiscus harvester machine. It is now at prototype 2. It is at Yuri. We thought it would be out now, but there was a small fault which requires some money to fix it. When we do it, northern Uganda production of hibiscus will be taken.
And this is wine from hibiscus?
Yes.
Shea butter. We do the cold pressed shea butter. We get shea nuts and we work with the local farmers. you know, that will help us collect the nuts, and that is what we use for pressing.
Where are you based?
We are in Proden. Proden district, Angagura.
You're
welcome.
Thank you. You are different.
Yes.
Can you read this one?
The Collectors Enterprises.
What does it mean?
It means chosen.
Is it an English word?
No, it is Hebrew.
Hebrews?
It is a company and with a brand name, Naka, and we do value addition to vegetables and fruits. Right now, the one we are highlighting is jackfruit seed powder. We get the seeds from the overripe jackfruits with the market women, and we make a product out of it. Right now, we have a brand of ginger, and then mixed spices and other spices, but they are all naturally grown and from Uganda.
We are the Ayuro cassava growers and processors. We are cassava farmers based in Teso sub-region, but we have outgrowers in Busoga sub-region. All these products are made out of cassava. Bread, daddies, these are porridges.
You're most welcome. Adieri. Ebintu ebyo emiyembe enjijo, amapeera.
You still have the other challenge of
electricity and feeder roads, and the bridge is incomplete. But the product is here, and we are excited. Even the outgrowers are present. So we humbly request that our problem be solved.
All that for me. Members, those who want to take juice, cheers. From Adieri. Where are my people? I don't have anybody.
The ministers are here.
The ministers,
They are here.
please come and share. Pick one from Adieri. Cheers.
It's here
Pick
for
one,
everybody.
pick one jerrycan for you, another jerrycan for you, another jerrycan for the whole neighbor. Yes, one is mine. Now, okay.
Honorable, we also make mango wine. This is wine. From mangoes and
This is wine.
This is wine for Papa Lokelis. This is a juice. This
that
is
is
wine.
juice and this is wine.
Papa Lokelis. Wine.
Where's mine? That's
No,
mine.
mango wine.
That's mango wine. It's exceptional. This one is what?
Yes,
Good morning. Yeah, we make shea butter, we press them, we buy the nuts, we buy the shea nuts, the seeds, we press it, and then we make it in form of lotion. This is the one which is cold pressed, and then this we make it out of beeswax. We mix it with beeswax. And then secondly, we train ladies in making this. Yeah.
You have a new certificate.
Africa Medical Vitals that manufactures both surgical and examination gloves, and they supply to national medical stores. There is, yes, it's there. Then we have also Mutuma commercial agencies that does the pearl cotton that they also supply to national medical stores and various hospitals. There is also Bukona Agro-Processors that manufactures ethanol for domestic cooking in this store. Carry the matchbox, but I can demonstrate. She can demonstrate.
Right, Honorable, this is a very important.
When you are putting this one, you
green energy cassava to fuel.
yes.
You open here, then you pour. That's cassava now.
Yes.
You open and pour, then you get a matchbox, you light. After lighting, you push slowly.
I don't have a matchbox.
Yeah. For security reasons. For security reasons.
Hello, Prime Minister. You're most welcome to Agri's morning. We are Agri's Agriculture, Environment and Ecosystem. We are global exporters of fresh African foods. We support livelihood and also we are into value addition. Everything we export, we later add value to it. A case in a point, we have the onion leaves. These are onion leaves. We dry them, grind them, and we preserve them like this. So these ones are good for spicing and also for cough and flu. You add this one into honey, put in hot water, avoid the syrups. We have the Stafed here, this one. So we don't preserve that, but we preserve the leaves. This Stafed is good for weakening cancer cells, so it's good for the cancer victims, the survivors, and also for prevention. We have the avocado seeds. This avocado seeds is very rich in potassium, yeah? So it helps in regulating the high blood pressure and also good for immune system and also for digestion. We have the mukene, we have the meat, we have katunkuma, all these are our value-added products. We have the ginger, we have the turmeric, we have the beans. We are located at in our hotels. In our hotels, yeah. Because I see that we use imported. In hotels, we export and also deal with the local markets. We have London, we have US, then also UAE. Yes.
Agri.
Thank you.
Where are you based?
We are based at
Never one or what?
neighborhood.
Bajeba kuguleko.
Hello, Honorable. You're welcome. This is Busy. We are Honey from Fort Portal. We are very happy to see you here. We have honey that we are supporting youth to encourage green trades in Fort Portal. So this is what we have. We have honey products. Very nice honey.
Morning, Honorable. Welcome to Livara. Yes. So Livara, we make products from shea. That's the nut. Then we cold press it to make the butter. That's raw butter. Then we make products for children, women, men, Ugandans, for natural hair. Honorable.
You're most welcome, Prime Minister. With us here is a Uganda Investment Authority, an organization that aims at facilitating and promoting investment in Uganda. And with us is the One-Stop Center. We have different government agencies, 14 government agencies, all housed under one roof. We have URSB, we have Uganda Investment Authority as an organization. We have National Water that helps with water connections. We have Uganda Revenue Authority that helps with the taxes. Then we have UNBS that helps with the standards. Immigration, that's to do with the visas and the work permits. And other different government agencies. All this is aimed at ensuring that when an investor comes in, they can access all these different government services all under one roof. They don't have to.
Under one roof, how many days? What is the time now if I want an investor to register? Register an investor in how many hours?
For Uganda Investment Authority, they get an investment license in 24 hours. And it's electronic. They don't need to come. Before it was 48 hours. Yes, now it's 24 hours.
Oh.
Investment Authority. They are the same. Yeah, we are the same. We do the same work. Thank you for coming.
And well, of course, that is the Prime Minister who has been here going through all the stalls that you can easily see. And I will as well be giving you more details as we shall be visiting each stall to fully understand what they're displaying as well. So sit back, because I'm going to be visiting stall per stall. Like I did mention, we have different private sector players. We also have different government agencies which are displaying quite a number of products and services that they do offer. And of course, it does open up a conversation on whether the opportunities are available for all the investors that want to invest in the country, because you also get to realize that most of the businesses here also deal in exporting, and not only value addition but also exporting raw materials, and as well creating different opportunities or employment opportunities for the many Ugandans. Now I'm going to go stall per stall to give you, my viewer, what you really need to know about what is on display this very morning, and as well to fully understand what they are displaying. Now let me start off with the Nyowe Ventures Company Limited. We need to understand what they're doing. Are they doing some value addition as well? How long have they been here? Hello, you are live on UBC.
Yes, this is Martin from Nyowe Ventures, trading as Livara. We basically offer natural organic skin and hair care products from our very own ingredients, which is the shea butter. We cold press shea nuts to have shea butter, and do value addition. We come up with a variety of skincare products. Yeah.
Okay. Looking into what you do in regards to the export, one would wonder, do you export every product or most of them into the local market here?
Absolutely. We have all these varieties in the different supermarkets we're having here. And then we are also having a branch in the United States of America, where we still showcase the same.
And in regards to the exhibition yesterday, what is your say on the turn-up? Did you have visitors coming here to see more of what you're displaying, or you still need more rallying the other side?
Absolutely. We had a couple of people walking here and checked on us, a couple of farmers, even our own shea farmers actually, stepped in here to see the value we are adding in what they actually give us. But still today, we are still welcome. They can come and check on us.
I wonder which region has the most available shea, or where do you get your raw materials from? Which region?
Well, we get from Proden. Yeah, that's northern Uganda. That's where we basically get our shea nuts. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And like I did tell you, by the way, you also get to realize that there's a lot of potential from northern Uganda, and the raw materials here are coming in from Proden, that is in northern Uganda. And you get to realize now, if we mention the idea of unlocking opportunities in northern Uganda, the chances are very many for those dealing in shea. And not only that, there's a lot of value addition, facial cream, there's more to do with soap as well, and the exporting of the same products here is also something that you can as well pick from that. But that said, he's not the only one exhibiting or displaying products and services. Let's move to another stall so that you, my viewer, can easily know what else is being exhibited. And maybe if you have the opportunity to come here, I'll look for the same people who are displaying. You can still buy the same products from them. Hello, you are live on UBC.
Hello, my name is Museveni Sheila.
Okay.
I'm exhibiting honey from Fort Portal. So our honey is unique because it's purely organic. We are based next to Kivale National Park, so we get the best. Yes.
You're from Fort Portal, you're Mtoro?
Yes, I am.
What is your pet name?
Avoli.
Oh, Abori. Nice meeting you. Of course, there's a lot of, Ugandan-made honey. I don't know, do you export? Does the company also export?
Not yet, but we are in the pipeline of making products from honey, specifically for hair and skin care. Skin care focusing on bee venom because it's an anti-aging, so that is what we are trying to do. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Abori. And just recently, by the way, the Omukama Oyo was celebrating 29 years on the throne. And the fact that this son is coming in from his region as well gives you a kind of understanding of what the region is also capable of doing. Like I did mention, as much as we're looking at the theme of focusing on northern Uganda, the chance is as well that you also have to understand that other regions also need to be opened up for opportunities and chances to continue producing goods and as well as marketing themselves. Now we move on to the other exhibitor or to the other stall to also understand what they are displaying this very morning, and then also to get into context of what they have. What else are they doing? Do they have every product here, or there are other products that are not on display? Hello, you're live on UBC.
Thank you so much. You're welcome, UBC, to Agrins. It's agriculture environmental ecosystem here. We are global exporters of African fresh fruits and also value addition.
Now, speaking of value addition, you have so many products on display. One may wonder, can you just take us through each product or the majority of the products and what they are made from?
Okay, first of all, each product you see here, 90% of them, we have added value to them. A case in a point is the henebro, that red pepper. It's here. It's this one. So it is from this. It is from this to this, yeah? All we do is we dry them, like completely dry, then we grind them. There are no preservatives. We have the turmeric. Turmeric, it falls in the species of ginger. This is turmeric. We also do the same to it. We have the ginger. It's also in the powdered form. These are onion leaves and garlic leaves. We have the honey. We have the honey, then we have the mukene, the silverfish. Yeah, we dry. We first dry, then pound. No, we don't pound, we grind. We have a grinder, yeah. Then we have the nkeje. Nkeje, the difference is a bit small. These ones are too small, the mkenes, these ones are the middle size. Then we have the katunkuma, you know, the small eggplants, yeah. We have the mint. Mint is not only a spice, it's also good for the skin. So those who steam, you can put it in your steamer, or if you can do it even domestically at home, you can put a bit of this powder, you pour it like in a container with hot water, then you steam your face, you cover something hot.
Okay. A quick one, the Prime Minister was asking, and I'm going to ask the same question. How rich is your market? Because it does seem like you have so many products on display. So are you focusing only on the Ugandan market, or you also export?
On a sad note, in Uganda the market is really low, especially for these products, the chitafedi, the sour soap, then the avocado seeds. In Uganda, we haven't yet appreciated some things that are made in Uganda. You find that our hugest market is export. Yes.
And which countries per se?
We have USA, United States of America, we have the United Kingdom, we have Bahrain, we have Middle East, we have West Africa. So among others, also East Africa, the Rwanda, also Congo. Yes, they've appreciated our products more than our own people.
Okay, and then lastly, where do you get most of these products from? Like which region?
Locally. We source them locally. We have some, we grow them, some of them, like the antulas. Most of them we grow, but remember the demand is really high abroad.
Then you're supposed to be getting.
Yes, so we get from different places. We try Kisoro, we try the West for Matoke, we all over. East, West, South, whatever product you can.
Thank you very much. That is Agrinese, agriculture,
agriculture, environment and ecosystem, Agri. Yeah, and Deba Kabo Warubaga division.
That's Kampala as well. And we do have a number of regions being represented now. This is Central. The other side was Fort Poto. That is Western Uganda. The first stall we visited was from Pader. They're getting their products from Pader. That is the northern region being exhibited or being displayed here as well, or being represented for the better word. Now we are at the stall of the Uganda Development Corporation. We are Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. Now this is also another government agency which is displaying quite a number of products. Now we need to know, what does the corporation do, and what are they displaying today? Are they displaying things they manufacture or things that they sponsor or partner with? Let me start with you. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay. So what do we have here for the Uganda Development Corporation?
Uganda Development Corporation is UDC, the investment arm of government, driving industrial growth. So now these are the projects that we have invested in. We work with the private sector. So these are the products that they manufacture. There is gloves that have been manufactured by yes, and then we have Mutuma Commercial Agencies that does the pearl cotton. We have the tea sector, and then Soroti Fruits Limited that does teju. Yes, there is also Bukona Agro Processors that does ethanol for cooking, for domestic cooking in these stoves and the pressure cookers. So, yes.
So, mainly these are projects that are being funded by the UDC. Oh, okay.
From government.
Thank you very much. And like I mentioned, by the way, not only do we have private sector players, we also have different government agencies that are displaying quite a number of products and services that they do offer. Now, the interesting bit is that not only do we have the Uganda Investment Authority, but we also have the Uganda Development Corporation that is also ensuring that different government projects that are geared towards value addition, geared towards production and manufacturing trade, and this is all in the National Development Plan 3 strategy of seeing that there is economic transformation, but on top of it, saying that different communities and livelihoods are promoted, and of course, many of Ugandans get into the money economy in general. Now let's get also to another exhibitor, or let's get to other stalls to see what is being displayed, and for you, our viewer, to fully understand what we do have here, the 5th Biannual Private Sector CEO Forum, which is live from the Kampala Serena Hotel, but it was supposed to be held in Gulu, though there are some changes, and here we are in Kampala. So we brought Gulu to Kampala. Hello, you're live on UBC. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm called Faida Gloria from New Beginnings Investment.
It's an interesting name.
Yeah, we do a number of things. One, we buy shea nuts from the farmers, then we press, we call press, we have a machine, we call press, and after that we make lotion out of it. Then we also make, we mix the shea butter that we have expressed with beeswax for the body. And then second, we also train ladies in making bags. That is all that we do.
Okay. Thank you very much for displaying your products.
You're welcome.
All right. And of course, these are quite a number of products that you can easily get. I'm seeing the price here. This is 10,000 Ugandan shillings. Okay. Away from that, we are now getting to Delight Uganda Limited, manufacturers of chairs. Back in the school days, we used to take juice to school, and even today, parents are taking their children back to school this very weekend. So there's quite a number of products here on display. Let's get to understand what they are displaying. Are they the only products they have? And then also, the chances are high I'm going to be testing some of these juices that are being manufactured, but I will choose to ask what I'm going to first be taking as well.
This is guava and mangoes. We are delighted to be here. You remember we started in 1996 processing Chia's juice, but my dream was to make fresh juice from locally grown fruits. I'm happy today that we have 1,000 acres of mangoes, guavas 200, citrus 150, we have macadamia, we have cashew nut. But what is very exciting, I'm a chairperson of Noya Fruit Grass Cooperative Society with 18,000 outgrowers. Majority are women with at least an acre of fruits, and they're here present. At least the members are in the room, and you've tasted the juice.
It's very sweet, I should say.
I've realized my dream of making fresh juice from locally grown fruits. So the money we get, at least we empower the community, and we are soon setting a factory in Noya where we shall be buying all the fruits from the communities, and we sell the Chia's juice. But also we are going to make powder from the juice. We are also going to dry the mangoes, and also we sell the mango snacks, and also we are going to make them like trophy. We crush the mangoes, we dry it, and we chop it. You have a dessert from the fruits.
You've mentioned something to do with since 1996, meaning in 2 years' time you will be marking 30 years. How is the market? How have you found the market over the decades?
Well, at the beginning, the market was very stable because we did not have many competitors, and I saw that everybody grew up taking cheers juice. But when the competition came in, we also have to try a new strategy, that is planting the fruits and making the fresh juice. So the time we've been off the market, we were processing the new one, organizing the orchard. We are very excited, more stable than before, because now it is we sleep on 2,000 acres. We have the Cooperative Society, Noya Fruit Growers Cooperative Society, growing mango for us so that we do value addition. To me, I'm not complaining. I'm very excited. On our challenge, we need power. We don't have power. We are also requesting government to do the feeder roads and our bridge. Those are our challenges. Once those are sorted, we are happy and ready to go.
I think the Prime Minister has mentioned something to do with that. She's going to be solving the power problem.
She has promised, but it has been there, the promise. So we request this time, let it be done.
All right. Thank you very much. And for those of you who grew up watching WBS during the times of cheers, the company is here also displaying something. This is guava juice, very sweet, I should say, and I'll be finishing my glass shortly. But let me get to the other exhibitor here. Hello, good morning. You're live on UBC.
Good morning. My name is Airo Eseza. I'm proudly known as Mama Cassava.
Why are you called Mama Cassava?
Because I'm a big cassava farmer and I love cassava.
All these are value added from cassava?
Yes, yes. These are all products out of cassava. We have this, we've started making porridges and mixing them with cassava, since our main cause is cassava. Yes, and then the cassava bread. We are proud that we've introduced a cassava bread to our clients. And they're so much interested in it.
Let's look at the market here. How is the market? Are they appreciating more of the cassava products? And which is more selling, the simple snacks or the cakes and bread?
The most selling product that we have on market now is the daddies. They're so really good. And then the cakes, because we make cakes for different organizations, for individuals, for companies, weddings and parties. Yes.
Thank you very much. More of the display here, of course, when you look at very many of the products that can be added value to, so that you get more products. I don't know if you've ever tested cassava powdered daddies, but I don't know. Maybe for me I'll test on your behalf to see how these things are, and maybe give you feedback on the same, and maybe you never know. By the time I reach home today, maybe I'll be full, because I'm testing a lot of things that are on display this morning. Now let me get to the other stall. Hello, you're live on UBC.
My name is Annette Butesi, founder and director of Cooperative Enterprises, the brand producer of Nata products. We do value addition to vegetables and fruits, and the one we are highlighting today is jackfruit seed powder. We can use it as a beverage. It is caffeine free. We can also use it for porridges. Maybe you add it to say rice porridge or millet porridge, or even maize porridge. It is also gluten free. It is a starch without gluten, meaning it is safe. We can also use it for other cooking, maybe the thickening of our sauces. We can also make a paste out of it. It is rich in iron. This one I'm holding is already certified, so it is in some markets, supermarkets like Standard Supermarket, Millennium, Akamwesi, that is Jakana Supermarket. It is very good for children because it boosts their immunity. It is also good for pregnant moms because it is rich in iron. For people who have issues with ulcers, it also helps them. Joint strengthening. Yes, we say eating right is an investment.
Okay.
Actually, whatever we eat adds to our life. So whether you eat good things, that means that's how good your life is going to be. Or if you eat junk, then you produce sickness to your body. Yes.
Some junk here.
We also have other spices. We have, that is a different brand. At Eclectos, we have 2 lines. So we have the spices and beauty care and honey. So these are the spices, but we also, Shan, my co-worker, is going to explain about the beauty care and honey.
Okay. She's also a content creator. I've seen her creating some content for you this side. Hello, you're live on UBC. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. My name is Sharon Kaitesi. My name is Sharon Kaitesi Nangiro. I am the proprietor, Ranchers Organics. Ranchers Organics, we mainly deal in organic products, strictly organic products. We have shea butter. We have a farm in Proden district. It's large, and that's where we get all our products, organic products. We have shea butter at the farm that we do. We press the shea nuts, and that is where we get the butter. We have honey. Should I give you a taste of the honey, if you don't mind? Okay. So we have honey that we get. We have an apiary at the farm, and that is where we process the honey from.
You see, most of the products are coming in from Proden district. Huh?
Yes, all the products are coming in from Proden district, Angagora village. That is where it comes from. That's why we have the name as Ranchers Organics, because of the ranch that we have. There's a government ranch in Proden. So just across it, that is where the ranch is.
Thank you very much. Now, remember what I told you at the start, that as much as we're looking at unlocking opportunities in northern Uganda, there is quite a lot of huge opportunities within the region. Now, most of the exhibitors here are getting most of their raw materials from Proden and the nearby districts, meaning there is a lot of rich potential from within the region and, of course, neighboring areas. Now, let's get into understanding what is on display here with Madame Rena Organic. Good morning, and you're live on UBC.
Morning. I'm Nakayenga Regina of Rena Beverage Solutions. Rena, we major in doing hibiscus, which is a major crop, seasonal crop grown in the northern part of Uganda, where it thrives very well. So from hibiscus, we do the hibiscus powder, and we have upgraded it to the tea bag. We also do wine, we do juice, and we do the hibiscus seed snack, which people eat and they improve their health. We do coffee from it. We have hibiscus seeds for planting, and right now we are doing a hibiscus harvester machine. We are sure by end of this year it would be ready. Even now it would have been ready, but it has a small technical problem, and it is in Uri. That will make hibiscus growing in northern part of Uganda really accelerated, and therefore people's incomes will be improved. Besides that, we do rosemary powder, which is a good brain booster and anti-aging. We do okra. It is also grown in the northern part of Uganda, and we do mpirivma coffee, which is common in the forest areas and the swamps. Okay. We are happy to be here.
I've seen the wine here. Do you also export?
Not yet. Okay. We are export ready, but we are not yet exporting. We are looking for opportunities.
Okay. From the government, that's say? Or even other private sector players?
Of course. Yeah, if government can really help us to get the information on the potential buyers for the hibiscus, even internally, domestically, that is good.
Okay. Thank you very much. And, well, you also get to realize, by the way, that the organizers of the entire retreat, which is the Presidential CEO Forum, do ensure that they prioritize and work on the private and public sector partnerships that ensure the growth of different private sector players, as well as open up room for opportunities and, of course, networking chances with the government to support the particular private sector players to see that they are ready for not only export, but also growth and expansion. Now, besides that, we now turn our focus on to a different exhibitor and a different stall to see what they're exhibiting and what services they do offer, so that you, my viewer, can maybe look out for them and see then what else they are offering this morning. Hello, good morning. You're live on UBC.
Hi, good morning. My name is Winnie Anyango Loket, and this is Africa Global Logistics. So what do we do? Transport and logistics. So we've been in Uganda for more than 50 years. There are some people that formerly know us as SDV Transami, and then there are others know us as Bolloré Transport and Logistics. But as of last year, we had an acquisition by the Mediterranean Shipping Company, which is MSC, and therefore we changed our name to Africa Global Logistics. So this is pretty much what we do. So our logistics is tailored for rail, road, air, and sea as well. So we're able to transport all of your goods from whichever location. In Africa, we're in more than 254 locations. And in Uganda, we are at all of the major border points. So why are we here for the Presidential CEO Forum? We have been asked to just find out whether we can also join this conversation of battle to greenfield. So we want to see how we can be able to support all of the green fields so that we can have them exporting, because we have 11% market share of exports in Uganda. So we hope to be able to do this for the PCF.
Thank you very much. Battle to the Greenfield is the theme here, but the sub-theme as well is looking at transforming northern Uganda into a commercialized production and logistics hub. Please do note that there is also the Gulu Logistics Hub, by the way, which is to support and transform the region into a logistics hub that will connect not only northern Uganda to the different regions within the country, but as well also connect northern Uganda to various regions across the East African community and the neighboring regions in there. Hello, you're live on UBC. Good morning.
Good morning. You're speaking to Doreen from Real IPM Uganda. What we are showing you today is that the people in northern Uganda can still grow crops organically with lesser chemicals. Yes.
So what do you have on display?
On display, I do have biopesticides. When I talk about biopesticides, I'm talking about chemicals that kill pests biologically. Yes. On the other hand, we also do have traps. These traps operate in a way that you simply hang it in your garden. It attracts the flying pests and it kills it without spraying the harsh chemicals here and there, because at the end of it all, this is food for the people to eat.
Okay. Which region is this company?
The offices are in Chambogo, but we do always reach out to the different regions in the country.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time. And now let's also get into Bagaita bags. That is the right pronunciation. Hello, you're live on UBC. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Sharon Ainembabas.
Okay, so what do you have on display?
We have shopping bags and bags we can use for office. Yes, for packaging, when you have something to pack for your office, like tea or some snacks, you pack in our bags. And the main purpose of this bag is supposed to help us to create an eco-friendly environment, to preserve our environment, especially from pollution of Kavera. This shopping basket can be used for a long time. It's durable and it's versatile. It can serve many purposes. One, for ladies who are going to do visitations at school, especially those who are going to office, all can use this bag.
Let's talk about the raw materials. Where the raw materials got to make these bags?
These raw materials are from Kasese. Okay. So we buy them and use them in our group. I work with a group of ladies. Some are teachers and others are from the community. So we're trying to create work for girls, especially those who didn't go far with education, plus the teachers who are not earning so highly, because most of them are primary school teachers, my team, and they need that extra income to be able to support their families. So this bag is doing exactly that. From this bag, we're getting extra income. Yeah.
Hello, sir. You're live on UBC. Good morning.
Morning, sir. I'm Patrick Erutle from Arua. I am chairperson of Arua Honey Bee Products Trade Association and a member of Tornado, which is the apex body of beekeepers. And I have products here. We have honey, which is polyfloral. We have the diversity of trees that are in Arua that makes the best quality honey in Uganda. And we also export.
You say best quality honey?
Yes, best quality honey.
Okay.
Yeah, because all over Uganda you will realize that the gold, the first gold is honey in Arua. And it's a God's gift that we receive.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And just lastly, what do you, where is your market? Do you export or you're literally looking at northern Uganda?
We do export. We export honey to Kenya and also partly in German. But in German, we exported beeswax.
Okay.
Beeswax, this year we have exported around 6 tons through World of Bees. World of Bees is a sister company for Tornado. So, which is also doing its role to help farmers. And in Arua, honey sector has employed women, youths in terms of processing and also farming. We have over 2,000 women in this and also around 500 men who are involved in also in trading, but we have more than 5,000 farmers directly in farming.
I'm seeing something to do with avocado there. Is that also your product?
Yes, you know, bees are very big accelerator in this nation in terms of food system. In our food system, if bees are not there, you will realize that the nation will not stay more than 2 years. People will die because of pollination issues. So the excess we are getting from the avocado that it yields, we looked at it instead of misusing it, we utilize it to form avocado oil. That is also good for hair, good for the body, and it's a very good vegetable oils, which is natural. This is called press. That's what we use.
Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, and he says he makes the best honey in the country. I love the fact that his marketing is on point. You also get to realize that we have so many people who are displaying honey, but he says his is the best, and you can easily come out and check out at the same store with Bagaita bags. Now, away from that, we head to Asai Nachos Limited. We need to know, what do Asai Nachos do, which region do they represent, and which raw materials do they use to add value to the products they have on display. Hello, you're live on UBC.
Hello, my name is Vico Salome. I'm from Arua City, West Nile. Asai Nachos Limited is a skincare company. We're so passionate about skincare, and many times we've used products that are not so Uganda. And from Arua, most people think that shea nut trees are from northern Uganda, Gulu, Lira, but there's a lot of shea nuts grown in West Nile, Arua, Yumbe, Koboko, you know, Rhino Camp. So this is how the shea nuts look like. And from here, we then produce the oils. So Asai Nachos is all about skincare. And I would simply take you through the process. Yeah. So these shea nuts, we go get them from the farmers in the villages. That is also another way of empowering the local women and supporting. Yes, exactly. So we get this from the local farmers, and from there we wash these ones, because you know skincare, you need to be very thorough with hygiene. Yeah. So after washing these ones, we crush them. Now Asai has employed around 10 women who are single mothers, and if you could see here, we use a mortar to crush the nuts. Okay. Yes, and then after that we toss them on fire a bit, and then it's made into paste. So once you do that, you now have to do the kneading with cold press with cold water, and from there you now take that crude oil that you collect, you boil it. Now in the process of boiling, the oil then separates from the residue, which is this one. Now this is the residue after pressing the oil. Asai is so passionate about value addition as well. Now, we don't trash away these. Most people trash this away. This can be animal feed, and this can make charcoal or the briquettes. Yes. So these are, yes. So from the residue, we then make these bricks, because we realize that most people cut down the shea nut trees, which is not good, because then they will burn that as charcoal. So we use this to make that charcoal, and this burns very slowly. It takes time, yeah. So that is what acai is all about. And this oil is very good for children, adults, male and female. It soothes your skin so well. It also helps to clear rashes as well, and it glows. I can show you. You can see the glow. You see that? It glows so well, and it's not very sticky. So this is what acai is all about. And the shea nuts from West Nile, they produce such a better quality of shea butter than the rest. If you can have a look at this, it looks different from the rest. Yeah. And actually, the Prime Minister was so excited about that. Yes. So that's what shea and acai is all about.
Thank you very much. And acai has different... they have a breakdown of how they add value to every product that they make, meaning they do not throw away any sort of product. They just continue adding value and also supporting different communities. She has also mentioned the fact that they employ quite a number of single mothers, meaning they're supporting the women out there not to be left behind. From Arua, that is West Nile, you get to realize that they are able to add value and as well as sell the various products to the various Ugandans, and then also try to see that they tap into every market opportunity. But outside, we off to another stall of exhibition. There is a Proden distribution. You get to also realize that not only that, we have different people who are also going through the various stalls. Let's get to understand what the Proden hibiscus drink are selling to us and what they add value to come up with the product that they have of hibiscus. Good morning. You're live on UBC.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Doing fantastic.
Thank you.
What do you have on display?
I have hibiscus drink. It's good for babies, for mothers, for the young and the old.
Okay.
And hibiscus is not just a drink, but it's medicinal. As when you take it when it's hot, using these petals, you boil them. You take it as tea.
Are we allowed to take one?
Yes, please. You can take one. Together with somebody in the background, he can take one, and you take one.
Okay.
You will love it, I know. It's very cold and juicy.
So what, you also export this hibiscus?
No, it's within our own country.
Okay, you only sell them?
We only sell them. We just bring it closer to the market. And sometimes also grow our own, but on a small scale. But we normally bring them up from northern Uganda.
Thank you very much. Okay, and away from that now, for close to 6 decades, Uganda Bat has been leading, if that is the right word for me to use, in regards to the steel industry. And just recently they were celebrating 60 years. I can tell you, for a company that has been here for 6 decades, I not been here for more than 3, meaning that I'm still young to even fit into what they have for us. But they are also part of the people displaying here in the stalls. Please do note as well, the Prime Minister, on her way here, she started with the same stall here on exhibition. Now, we have so many conversations rotating around green energy in the country. Uganda Bati is here displaying quite a number of products. They're not displaying the steel, but they have different magazines that are displaying. Okay, we shall as well be taking you to where they're displaying the steel, by the way. But let's first of all get to read from, let's get to understand what else they have to offer. Hello, you're live on UBC. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is James. I'm a sales engineer in Uganda Bati. Predominantly, when you talk about Uganda Bati, for the last 60 years, people think of the iron sheets, because we have been the leading innovators in the steel industry. But however, today, being a segment for entrepreneurs, mostly in agriculture in northern Uganda, we decided to display our cold room solution. Why the cold room solution? 60% of what is produced in Uganda's agriculture is perishable, but most of it is consumed locally because we lie behind in post-harvest handling and transportation. that is where we come in today.
And briefly, take us through some of what you're having on display here. Please do not. What I'm holding is juice. This one was made from Proden hibiscus. The other side I was taking guava juice, and I cannot carry something to do with steel. These ones are here for display. Sure. You are live on UBC. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Chief. My name is Mukula Milton George. I'm the Trade Marketing Manager for Uganda Bati. Okay. And we are happy to be here today in the Presidential CEO Forum.
In simple terms, we are with the right person. Let's go through what you are displaying today. Is this a door?
Yeah, this is a door for a cold room. Like the theme of the day is to commercialize agriculture and then as well make northern Uganda an export hub. So you cannot export what is not good quality. You can only export what meets standards. So for agricultural products and storage, Uganda Bat is here to present to the Presidential CEO Forum solutions that can make northern Uganda an export hub. So for example, here we have a cold room storage system. So structures can be built as cold rooms where agriculturalists can preserve all their products as a collection center. So these are the structures. These panels you see, these panels do a cold room, and then we put the refrigeration system. What you've just touched here is just the door. This is the door system of the cold room, that just in case somebody is stuck inside, there is a button here that they press. So the key message here is we would like to see our farmers generate money from their produce by keeping the right quality standards. So the cold room is one of the weapons that is going to take us there. Okay. You cannot export rotten tomatoes, rotten agricultural products. So the cold room is the main agenda here. And what you see here where we are standing, it is a structure, a dummy structure.
What is this made of?
It is made of like galvanized steel, and then the other is a panel that manages temperature. We call it SAFTAM. So this SAFTAM here is also used to manage temperature in any room, and this is what we are looking for, that all our produce, all our products do not get bad. And that's why we are presenting a cold room structure. A cold room can be of any size. You can construct one as big as you want, and all the quotations are based on the sizes.
I need to know what is on display here.
Yes.
Is this a roof? Is this just iron sheets that are on display or something else?
This structure you see, this material is called Ultraspan. Ultraspan material is a trussing system. We all know that construction of houses, you only complete a roof using timber. But we need to protect the environment. Once we protect the environment by leaving these trees and adopting ultraspan trussing system, then we are protecting the weather, the climate, where we shall thrive in agriculture and be able to export and continue being an export hub. So the viewers out there, just to inform them that the trussing system you see here is light gauged. It's not even heavy like timber. So without cutting timber, you are protecting the environment and you are using a light trussing system.
The question would be the raw materials. Which regions are we getting these raw materials as Uganda Bati?
This is steel, our own steel from here.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have a specific region that gives you...
Not really. We just get raw material.
Okay. Yeah. Again, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
All right. And of course, like I did mention, you've come to realize that as many of the people we are having who are displaying various products here, many are from the marketing side of things, and then also we have others from government agencies and ministries. On the other side, we were showing some of the stalls that are on display so that you get to understand what is here. For the past 2 days, which is yesterday and today, many of the others were displaying various products. Now you can easily see there is also some raw cassava here, meaning many of those adding value or various companies that are adding value are ensuring that every product they add value to is also on display here at the 5th biannual Private Sector CEO retreat. Now, this retreat, by the way, was supposed to be held in Gulu. I'm re-emphasizing this because we have so many players from the northern region who are to Kampala, who have traveled to Kampala in the past 2 days. Why it was supposed to be at the Gulu Logistics Hub, but a few changes here and there made it come to Kampala, the Kampala Serena Hotel. And we do also expect President Yoweri Museveni, who will be the chief guest of the same day, as we look at the theme of battle to Greenfield, transforming northern Uganda into a commercialized production and logistics hub for export. But besides that, let's take our eyes to the Uganda Investment Authority to see what they have on display. I think they are the only stall we are left with at the end of the things. But that said, also we also have the Noya Fruit Growers Cooperative Society. And if you've been following our conversations on Good Morning Uganda as well, you get to realize that we've been having focus on matters to do with the cooperatives and the circles, how different circles are empowering communities, and how back in the time farmers benefited from circles and the like. Now let's have a conversation on cooperatives as well. The Noya Fruit Growers Cooperative Society. I need to know, do you have offhead the numbers of the circles that you have and the people you're empowering?
We have 18,000 outgrowers. At 70% are women, and at least majority with 1 acre of fruits. Although we have other big outgrowers with 50, 100 acres, but at least every woman, however young they are, with an acre of fruits, and they earn twice a year. We put fruits in the lines, then they earn from the fruits, but before the fruit starts flowering, they earn from the intercrop. Like first season, they produce nuts, they can get from 3 to 4 million. Second season, they do like puri sorghum, they do soybean. They can also make 3 to 4. At least a woman can earn up to 8 million in a year from the intercrop.
On that point, cooperatives, there is a huge conversation around cooperatives and how important and impactful they are to supporting local farmers. For you as a person who has seen cooperatives help the women, the underprivileged, what is your say on cooperatives? What do you think other communities should do to pick up from what Noya Fruit Growers Cooperatives is doing?
For us, we are very excited, and you can look at me there. I got the gold medal of the Nile because of working with members. You know, when you are together, you plan together, you work together, you work together. We have our own home in Irunguru sub-county where we have our own home, our house, and we store all whatever we get and we look for the market, then we sell. We also do value addition as a cooperative society. We make OD, we make maize flour. We are very happy and excited. You will see the other members in there. Those are the cooperative society members. At least 30 members traveled from Noya to come and represent other members. We are so happy and excited that we are growing together, Noya Fruit Growers Cooperative Society.
All right. Thank you very much. Of course, live from the Kampala Serena Hotel is the 5th biannual Private Sector CEO retreat, which is in the same space here as we are saying. And of course, here where I'm standing is the Noya Fruit Growers Cooperative Society. And that said, they're not only cooperators in place. We have so many private sector players who have come in from Gulu, from Arua, from Pader, from the other regions that is also in the northern region. Why? Because remember, this is to transform northern Uganda into a commercialized production and logistics hub, ready for export. Why is it ready for export? When you look at what the National Development Plan 3 is looking at, it's to ensure that communities are transformed. And on top of transforming communities, the President has for long been advising Ugandans to focus on trade, manufacturing and commercial agriculture to ensure that many of the different households that are dealing in, let's say, small-scale agriculture, or those who are dealing with subsistence agriculture, can have something to earn from their own sweat. Why? Because with value addition, by the way, the importance is, now for example with this, a farmer who is actually growing hibiscus, the opportunities are there is a chance to sell the hibiscus leaves. The chances are there's also an opportunity to turn hibiscus into juice. Now, not only juice, but there's also a chance of turning hibiscus into the hibiscus wine, which is something that you need to understand about the same. Now, I've been going through the different stalls, trying to also understand what other products are being made from some of these particular agricultural products. And please do note that many of these are Ugandan products and others are raw materials coming in from northern Uganda. And one of the most interesting facts that I've seen is that many are coming in from Proden. But that said, I'm going to turn you back to what is happening at the main event, so that you also get to realize that later on we shall be also receiving the president who will be making his way here. But besides that, for now, I'll be giving you more of the event and what is here. But as of now, the security detail of the president is preparing to usher in President Yoweri Museveni, who is our chief guest this very fruitful day. As it's clocking midday, all the guests are now turning onto the guest of honor, who is also the fountain of honor, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is going to be gracing this 5th biannual private sector CEO retreat here at the Kampala Serena Hotel. And of course, it is running under the theme, Battle to the Greenfield. Battle to Greenfield, transforming northern Uganda into a commercialized production and logistics hub for export. Why export? I've just given you some breakdown of the same, that when you add value to the many products that are not only those from northern Uganda, you get to realize that you will need other products to be filling out and competing with other markets across the borders of Uganda. Because when it comes to the other markets in away from Uganda, the element of quality is something that is being re-emphasized as much. And when you look at countries that are having strong agricultural sectors, countries like the Netherlands or Holland, you look at countries like Germany, you look at countries like China, Japan, who are not countries that you would definitely say are bigger countries in regards to the kind of climate that they do have to support agriculture like our very own. But many of them have added a lot of value to many products. Even other companies from different countries tend to come and pick raw materials from within Uganda to transport and export many of those. And then at times they end up sending back the products that have been added value, and then they sell them to the Ugandan market. And it's something that the president has always been reminding many of the Ugandans that here's the thing: you should not be buying many of the products that are being sold expensively. But that said, we are going to be having a focus on the president, who is making his way here at the main venue as well. And we also want to be showing you his entrance here live on your national broadcaster, as we'll be giving you more details regarding his entry, as the president will as well likely be heading to some of the exhibition stalls this very afternoon, this very morning. It's just 4 minutes to the afternoon anyway. And as the president makes his way, we shall as well be giving you more updates and more highlights about the same. But please do note that after he's done with the stalls, he will as well be addressing the Ugandans, as well as addressing the different private sector players within today's retreat here at the Kampala Serena Hotel. Now the theme, just a quick one to remind you, is a Battle to Greenfield, looking at transforming northern Uganda into a commercialized production and logistics hub for export, meaning we have so many various players from northern Uganda. And not only that, as we've brought northern Uganda to Kampala, a region with immense potential, to ensure that they tap into the various opportunities. Meaning we have so many products on display here, which the president will as well be taking part in, and he will as well see some of those products that are being displayed. Please do not, like I did mention, the private sector players that are here. So we have different government ministries that are here as well to showcase and also display quite a number of products, so as the president does receive them. Now, the president will be received by the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, as well as the CEO of the Presidential Forum, as well, and there's also the PSST, who's also part of those that will be receiving the president this afternoon here at the Kampala Serena Hotel. And then you can as well note that as the event is set to get into the money part of things, many of the presenters that we've been having in the morning have been coming in from the northern region, as well as sharing some of their side of things in regards to the different opportunities that northern Uganda is having to showcase, and of course also highlighting some of the concerns within the region, because over the years, if you are to trace back on the history of northern Uganda, couple of years, the region has been facing quite a number of issues, not only to do with infrastructure. There was an element of insecurity, which of course over the years has been worked on, but now the issue of having these partners, of having these particular players also tap into the opportunities is one of the things that is going to be discussed this very afternoon, because now the focus again is to ensure that the opportunities and the potentials of northern Uganda, meaning all regions, not only West Nile, not only the regions and districts close to Gulu, Pader, but also northeastern Uganda, are all tapped into, and to ensure that every person from the region can easily benefit from the same. You also have to look at the different models that the government has been coming up with, the different government initiatives, and how they've been trying to empower different communities, especially the underprivileged communities, the vulnerable groups as well, so to say, the women in different areas, the women in different regions as well. So it's a huge opportunity, if you are to ask me, for many of the players within the northern region who are here to display quite a number of their products and services as well. Like I was mentioning earlier, by the way, that when you go through many of these stalls and everything being exhibited or on display, you'll get to realize that many of those particular products, by the way, products whose raw materials are coming in from the northern region. Speaking of shea nuts, for example, from West Nile. Now we also have those shea nuts coming in from Pader. And meaning, as much as we are looking at transforming the northern region, that is all the districts within northern Uganda, it is giving us the chance that many of the farmers, per se, the agricultural sector is one of those sectors that we are looking at. Now for 3 years, if you're to look at the national budget for since the 2022-2023 since the 2022-2023 financial year up to the 2024-2025 financial year, the same has been looking at commercialization of agriculture at the same time, meaning the president has been very vocal, not only vocal but also very intentional to ensure that all the regions that have the potential of growing different products, especially agricultural products, can easily add value to the same. Now, commercial agriculture is something that entails a lot of things. Not only the value addition of some of the products, like I'm holding the hibiscus drink, you also get to realize that every product from, let's say, the agricultural sector, from the seed down to the farmer, they can easily earn something, they can easily benefit from the same. Then up to the final product, who is the consumer, and that is when the product is exported. Now as well, if you are looking at pushing for the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda brand of Bubu, it also emphasizes on making sure that the local market players easily get to understand that the Ugandan product needs to be appreciated more, because when it comes to consumption, it's us, the Ugandans, who are supposed to be consuming more of the Ugandan-made products. Then later on, we open up room for export. And the beauty of export, like yesterday, most of the exhibitors and most of the players, we had someone here who was breaking down the coffee value chain. Now, coffee over the years has been looked at in this country as one of the biggest export earners for Uganda in terms of agricultural earnings. Now, many of the players within the coffee sector have been earning from only selling the coffee bean or the coffee seed. But over the years, we've seen many of those adding value to coffee. There are those who have been selling readily available coffee, that is in different restaurants, and as well as those who have been selling coffee in different hotels. And then on top of that, there are people who are selling coffee, that is coffee seeds. Others are selling powdered coffee, meaning if you're to look at Uganda's agricultural sector, The products are quite many. And again, the beauty, if I'm to also remind you about what has been on display, is that with the different shea nuts that have been on display, many have been turning it into cream. Cream, that is for the people who actually use it as Vaseline. I should say the body cream as well. Others have been also making soap out of it. Now, in northern Uganda, also the other product that is on high demand and on sale is honey. Meaning that many of the bee farmers within northern Uganda are also benefiting from the same product that they are engaging in. And please do note that you look at the products that the president has always been highlighting for many of the players, or many of the players in the agriculture value chain to feature in. There's poultry, there's piggery, there's always fish farming at the top of the entire chain. Why? Because all of these products that have the potential to help different communities to also grow, and many of the different farmers across the regions. And now the other aspect as well that we've also noticed, as I'm giving you a simple breakdown, is the cooperative society. Now, Noya Fruit Growers Cooperative Society is here to represent, but over the years, if you're to look at the post-independence era, many of the societies that have been under SACCOs, or the savings and cooperative groups, many of these SACCOs have always been impactful in the farmers' journey to growth of their incomes and also growth of household incomes. How is this so? Many of the cooperatives back in the time would enable farmers to set a fixed price. And when you look at Western Uganda per se, a region where many of the cooperatives seem to be thriving and are heading into the right direction, meaning the revival of the Cooperatives Bank, for example, where most of the SACCOs feel if the Cooperatives Bank is set up and running. If you're to look at the examples of the Rabobank in Europe, which is one of the biggest cooperative banks that we do have, it will be an opportunity for many of the farmers to set fixed prices, meaning at the end of the day, no one amongst the brokers or the middlemen is going to be setting prices for these particular farmers, and in the long run we shall be seeing various investments in the agriculture sector, and then various investments from local farmers and also farmers that are earning from the same. Meaning, I'll be taking you into the parish development model here, because now every money going into the PDM is $1 million shillings that is going per person in a SACCO. Now the various SACCOs that we do have in the country were all aimed at involving different players and also lifting household incomes in the country. Now, if you are looking at lifting household incomes, you're not going to lift just one human being. If at all there are groups here and there engaging in the same product growth, which may, let's say, be shea nut, it may be cocoa, it may be coffee, many of those players can as well sell their product, readily available products on the market, set prices for themselves. And our focus here, as you can see, what is happening this side, we have so many players. We also have those from the clergy, by the way, who are here in presence. Now, many of those were traveling from northern Uganda, starting Thursdays, and then others arrived on Friday, as we wait for President Yoweri Museveni's grand entry here as the chief guest to honor the 5th biannual private sector CEO retreat here at the Kampala Serena Hotel. But as of now, before the president makes his way, I'm going to be taking you back to the main stage this very afternoon to fully understand what is being presented forward as you keep your eyes glued on your national broadcaster. Good afternoon.
Investment for all who would wish to undertake investment in this country. And we thank and appreciate the President of the Republic of Uganda and all those who participated in ensuring peace and stability. Northern Uganda is very strategic in terms of its location geographically. Right Honorable Prime Minister, locally, and then also within the region in terms of the markets that are within and externally. Northern Uganda is strategically located to DRC, to South Sudan, and these are opportunities for us as markets. And Right Honorable Prime Minister, in Northern Uganda, it also came out very clearly that we have vast arable fertile land. That is a very great opportunity that we can tap into and contribute very meaningfully to the economy of this country. Right Honorable Prime Minister and dear participants, in our sitting of yesterday, we were also able to arrive at very, very viable value chain choices in terms of enterprises that we can invest in northern Uganda for us to ensure economic prosperity. I can see some bit of promotion. Yes.
May I once again interrupt the program flow to allow the Right Honorable Prime Minister and the other members on the receiving line to welcome our chief guest and patron of the Presidential CEO Forum, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He should be arriving any time now, and we will have the documentaries playing for the participants in the background as the receiving party welcomes gathering. Participants, don't worry, these are normal things, they happen in protocol, and so there is nothing strange. Technical team, kindly play for me the documentaries on the video.
Northern region and the Acholi region is blessed with significant land resources that is conducive for commercial agriculture, ranging from crops, forestry, livestock to fisheries and industrial development, let alone housing in the urban areas.
Northern Uganda is now
most of the population, 85%, is engaged in agriculture as their primary source of livelihood.
Thank the Presidential CEOs Forum for this engagement, and I want to thank the President for this support he has for the people of Yumbe in particular and the people of West Nile.
Annual crops such as cassava, maize, rice, groundnuts, sorghum, simsim, and finger millet dominate the crop mix, thereby providing the flexibility.
Ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is also the patron of the Presidential CEO Forum. Your Excellency, we warmly welcome you to this third and last day of the biannual private sector CEO retreat. Thanks for being a dedicated leader who loves his people, and especially in this case the people of northern Uganda for whom this retreat is organized. His Excellency has proceeded to visit the exhibition stalls, which will not take a long time because that time is only for him. The rest of us had already done that yesterday. The Prime Minister visited the stalls this morning when she arrived, and now His Excellency the President is visiting those stalls. Immediately he is done with that part of the exercise, he will proceed to his tent, and from there we will all, as he comes, when he is done with the visiting of the exhibition stalls, he will, as he is coming, I will invite all of us to stand and welcome him and remain standing until we finish the anthems and the prayers. May I put on notice Bishop Godfrey Luum, Bishop of Diocese of Northern Uganda, Church of Uganda, to pray for us and bless this gathering. After the prayer, I will go back to the normal welcome protocol and also invite the keynote and coordinator of the forum.
from cassava? Oh.
That's your cake.
Oh, thank you. How many tons of cassava do you have? She's always with cassava. Amelia, they're always mistreating her. Now you're fine? Not yet. Now this is your real sister now. If she doesn't bring you, then don't ask me. This is your just for now.
It's okay.
Take my face. These people do it in my house. But you are sure you are making this from
This is Village Uganda Limited, together with the Noya Food Growers Cooperative Society. And yes, it's me. Amapera tukalina nechinga lemu ekizikise ekiyonka amasanyalaze tekagafuna saliwadde mu kisoboolo
What the line is how far?
18 kilometers from Arua, and the figure
Where do you want?
No, and these are the projects.
I wanted them to explain that.
This is the Uganda agro processors. She can demonstrate for you. This is the ethanol from cassava.
Ethanol?
Yes. And choose it first outside, pour here, after pouring, you will write to the matchbox, then you put it out, then you start cooking. Then we also have glass food. Can make from a commercial industry. Sorry? From rubber.
Rubber.
Yes. Your Excellency, you're most welcome to our drinks, agriculture and environment ecosystem. We are global exporters of fresh African foods, supporting livelihood and also value addition.
From avocado?
There is something, no, not only avocado, we have the stir fried, which we add value to this, but we use this.
But where are the booklet? If you make booklet explaining to us, I will explain when we go.
Okay.
Your Excellency, you're welcome. Your Excellency, welcome. My name is Sheila Mavikipa from Fort Poto. I come from Tiamara, and that's where my apiary is. I started with 2 hives, and now I have 20 hives producing 200 liters every year. Thank you, sir. Yep.
Your Excellency, welcome to New Adventures Company Limited, trading as Bivara, where we make natural organic skincare products from compressed shea butter, value addition, and Corina and Cinder.
Maybe she can explain a
You're welcome. Welcome, Your Excellency. Investment Authority is the facility that is a one-stop center. It has 14 agencies that help facilitate
know, register their businesses and move forward.
You're welcome, His Excellency. This is Hannah from Arua, and we'll begin with the challenges that we are now encountering in the beekeeping sector, which is pesticide, which we are now having a challenge in terms of exports. Last year we exported around 7 tons of beeswax.
Where do the pesticide come from?
I think these are crops that they spray, or in another way, the animals that when they spray, the bees also taken to
the nectar.
The nectar. The crops that they spray, especially the coffee. We need to look at biological ways of spraying things that will change this. Move. Let's go back to our position. Give way. Come on the right. Come on.
All the participants and welcome as we join this presidential CEO forum retreat. Your Excellency, sir, you're most welcome to this third and last day of the retreat. Ulu in Serena, Kampala. Yes. Technical team, we will have one stanza each of Uganda anthem and the come and pray for us. Bishop of Diocese of Northern Uganda. My Lord Bishop, you're welcome.
Let us pray. God, our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to gather here as sons and daughters of Uganda to see where we are coming from, what challenges we have now, and the opportunities therein. We want to thank you for the focus for this biannual retreat that is focusing on Northern Uganda, which has a history of turbulence, but now a lot of opportunities. And as we gather here, Lord, we pray that you will open our eyes to the opportunities that we can tap into in this season. Because your servants once said, there is a season for everything. And so we believe that this is a season for something new that the people gathered here may be able to tap in and be able to propel our country forward. We thank you for our leader, the president of the country, who is now here with us, and we receive him in your name. And as we sit and discuss, Lord, may you bless us with your presence. For in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Let's put our hands together for the Bishop, and we may now sit. Your Excellency, just to bring you up to speed with what has been happening here since Thursday, this is the 5th biannual. It started on Thursday with participants reporting, and this particular retreat is specifically targeting northern Uganda. And like I said as you were walking in, Your Excellency, it's supposed to be at the logistical hub that you know about very well in Gulu, but to make it more effective, it was transferred to here. The theme of this particular retreat is Battle to Greenfield, transforming northern Uganda into a commercialized production and logistical hub for export. Your Excellency, discussion started yesterday in earnest, and we have had the following participants since yesterday through the discussions. We have had your Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Robin Nabanja. She has been participating with the members actively since yesterday, and we thank her for it. We thank you. Your Excellency, we have had ministers, a number of them participating, members of Parliament, development partners and their representatives, the PSST, Mr. Ramadan Gobi, the heads and representatives of different government agencies, religious leaders, cultural institutions and their representatives. Your Excellency, we have had especially business leaders from the sub-regions of northern Uganda, specifically from Karamoja, from Acholi, from West Nile and from Lango represented, and we have had throughout the media covering this for the general national public to capture. Your Excellency, we have shared experiences from farmers, from business, entrepreneurs, investors, and from the youth as well. These discussions have been had through different presentations and through dialogue and through panels. The Right Honorable Prime Minister presented a keynote speech yesterday, and one of the things that participants loved so much about the presentation that she made when she talked about it's now time to work, that we have talked enough and we need to now work. Today we started, and one of the key highlights of the day has been an entrepreneur in northern Uganda, and we are now going to go into the protocol to welcome you, and then we will take back to some of the presentations that were going on as you came. Your Excellency, allow me now to invite the coordinator of the Presidential CEO Forum, Madam Irene Mugisha, to come and welcome you officially, and then we will wind up with the presentations that were on the table as you walked in. Welcome, Irene.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the ministers present this afternoon, the honorable members of Parliament, development partners, captains of industry, the Fourth Estate, our guests this afternoon from the Walk region, West Nile, Acholi, Lango, and Karamojong, you're most welcome. Your Excellency, on behalf of the Presidential CEO Forum Chairman and the Board, plus the entire team of the Presidential CEO Forum Secretariat, and the family of the Ministry of Finance, who played a key role in structuring the mandate of Presidential CEO Forum, allow me, sir, to welcome you to this yet another significant forum, the 5th biannual Private Sector Forum Retreat that has convened in Serena, but Your Excellency, we're in Gulu. Your Excellency, sir, we are privileged to welcome you today. Our theme, as the program director has mentioned, is Butter to Greenfield, transforming northern Uganda into a commercialized production and logistic hub for exports. This theme, sir, was intentional. We are focusing on agricultural production in northern Uganda, the potential that region to become a food basket, as well as bring an export hub through advancing agricultural production, sustainable measures that you'll be listening through, such as climate smart practices, and this involves irrigation. Your Excellency, the President, prior to this yet another historical day, the Presidential CEO Secretariat, as guided by the board and the Right Honourable Prime Minister, conducted a series of stakeholder engagements. Sir, we were able to go to 11 districts, that is sampling about 36 districts that make up the Greater North. And we were supported by some of the agencies here present, that is Uganda Revenue Authority, Export Promotion Board, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, NPA, Minister of Trade played a key role, OWC, and also Chamber of Commerce. And when I mention this, Your Excellency, we were in the field with the representatives of these agencies. And the goal was to ensure that we get primary data. Your Excellency, the districts that the stakeholder engagements that we were able to tour and spend quite enough time to find out what is happening. First of all, we were able to pick a few crops, not all of them, but some of these relate with other key crops that are grown in northern Uganda. Your Excellency, sir, we went to Nebi and focused on cassava growing. We went to Yumbe and focused on fruit growing. We were in Agago, where we have a beautiful testimony on shea nuts. Some of the exhibitors, as we were touring, Your Excellency, you met them. In Lira, we also focused on the seasonal crops, that is simsim, maize, among others. And then we were able to be in Oyam. Oyam is very productive in coffee production, and we know that coffee is a new crop, much as it's a perennial crop that you have been pushing for. It's a new crop in northern Uganda, and they have embraced it so well. Also, key major workshops were conducted, Your Excellency. In Arua, we had one key stakeholder engagement, and this was able to bring together several stakeholders from the different districts that we were not able to go to directly. In Gulu, we held 2 stakeholder workshops, and these again only targeting farmers. The last one in Gulu, Your Excellency, we were blessed to have the chairman of the OWC, that is Chairman General Salim Saleh, who gave us 3 hours listening to what is coming out of these farmers. And as such, we hope that, Your Excellency, they presented to you the report from Northern Region. It speaks out to most of these concerns, but with resolutions for your attention. Your Excellency, sir, we were able to be joined by key members of Parliament who I would want to mention. We were joined by the Oyam Member of Parliament, the Omoru Member of Parliament, Honorable Catherine, thank you so much. She was with us the whole day. The Tochi Member of Parliament, I'm not sure if he's here, but he was also with us the whole day. The Agago Member of Parliament, David, I think I saw you around, and then among others as well. Your Excellency, sir, Right Honourable Prime Minister, Ministers present, Captains of Industry, the findings are all captured in the different literature that we have been able to distribute. The primary data, supported by a technical team from the National Planning Authority and Ministry of Finance, has also been able to take so much time to see how best, Your Excellency, these can be able to speak to the tenfold economy. Your Excellency, allow me to mention a few infrastructure developments that we were able to witness as we were conducting these stakeholder engagements. A number of cassava millers in Nebi, the fruit factory in Yumbe, which has a lot that will bring so much productivity in that area. The coffee hala that is in Lulu or Yam district, and the good logistic hub, Your Excellency. And we know if time allows within your itinerary, you'll be able to have time and commission off this majestic but very instrumental hub in Gulu. Your Excellency, prior to having this retreat here, about 2,000 farmers had been convened. But we are together with them today. They have a good representative here. Your Excellency, sir, all these infrastructure developments are a game changer in the northern region. And we know that with government's will and your vision and leadership through socio-economic transformation, nevertheless, we need to see that there's a number of fast-tracking made to ensure that the infrastructure that is right now seen as white elephant is put into use. Mr. President, the mandate of Presidential CEO Forum is to foster collaboration between public and private sector to drive economic growth and achieve socio-economic transformation by creating an enabling environment and complementing your vision, Your Excellency. If I may mention briefly about northern Uganda. Geographically, northern Uganda is bordered by South Sudan to North Kenya and east, and central to the western region of Uganda to south and west. It comprises regions such as West Nile, Acholi, Lango, and Karamoja, as mentioned earlier. And this gives us an opportunity for the region to be market-oriented. Economically, the region is part of Uganda's larger economy, which has shown steady growth, again through the peace and stability, Excellency, that you have made it your point. Northern Uganda's economy is primarily agrarian, with a focus on subsistence farming and emerging commercial agriculture. So this story of commercial agriculture in northern Uganda must be told. The region benefits from Uganda's overall trade policies, which aim to promote regional integration and economic development. Local policies focus on improving agriculture production, productivity, and market access. There is also trade agreements. The region will be able to benefit, as we know that Uganda is a member of East African Community, which facilitates regional trade generally, and also simplified trade regimes. And as such, Your Excellency, northern Uganda is also known to be a tourism, huge in terms of tourism, because it hosts some of the key national parks. Your Excellency, I want to speak just briefly on the core crops. I know the chairman will speak more on that, but we know that in terms of the crops grown in the region, we have groundnuts, rice, sorghum, cassava, shea nuts, millet, among others, and maize, and simsim, and soybean. In the last 2 years, Your Excellency, we are proud of the impact made, and this is ably guided by you. The chairman will speak more about that. Only allow me to speak to one fundamental benefit that also the Prime Minister talked about it yesterday, whereby you were able to adopt the 21 resolutions, and Your Excellency, the Minister of Finance, guided by the Prime Minister, have been able to ensure that they are also included in the National Planning Program, NDP4. We want to recognize some of our sponsors, Your Excellency. When we mentioned we were going to Northern Gulu, we had several sponsors coming on board to support us. We have Nile Breweries, we have Harris International, Crown Beverages, Delight International, Hill Water, Kira Motors that has been ferrying our people from here to where they are staying, Your Excellency, and as well as the MDAs that have already spoken to Your Excellency. Your Excellency, sir, the PCF board led by the Chairman Katongole will acknowledge for your strategic guidance. Sir, the board is appointed strategically, as you mentioned, to be a science-led board. And as such, you appointed Professor Kwesiga and Mr. Musasizi of Kira Motors to join this board. This board, Your Excellency, all they dream about is Uganda first. And they serve above self. I would want that you clap for them. Sir, in my conclusion, special appreciation and gratitude is extended to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, as you ably directed her. Every time we seek for any interface with her, she guides us and she gives us guidance on how best we can speak to the resolutions that have already been presented to you. These resolutions are always presented through the PSST who faces the fire, but he makes sure that everything aligns with your strategic vision, Your Excellency. To you, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, first of all, happy birthday to you. We know it's a season for happy birthday. President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni wants to thank you for providing us a platform and an opportunity to serve you, sir, but above all, to serve our country. Thank you for the fatherly heart, your visionary leadership in assuring that the national is given a strategy in terms of how best we can prosper. Various economic interventions have been set by the various MDAs and government ministries, and you always take your time to ensure that you're part of these economic interventions. And so on behalf of everyone, especially the team from West Nile, Acholi, Lango, and Karamojong, please stand and clap for the President. They can't wait, Your Excellency, to listen to you. So I am more than pleased and proud to compliment the initiatives, Your Excellency, that you have provided through government that drive the national development agenda, as well as shaping the nation for God and my country. Thank you so much.
Let's give Irene a better clap. Your Excellency, allow me now invite Mr. Katongolo Emmanuel, the Chairman Board of the Presidential CEO Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome him. Emmanuel, you're most welcome.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, today is a very special day for us, business leaders, captains of industry and business. In my language, we call today a kasiki. A kasiki when a peacemaker was born. A kasiki when a liberator was born. A kasiki when a gentleman who loves progress was born. And for that matter, I request all colleagues, brothers and sisters here to stand up and we sing happy birthday to His Excellency the President. May I invite my sister, Mkunja girl. She knows she has a better voice than me. Please, it's a great day. We should all be happy. Mzee is turning 80 and he's still very strong.
Okay, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mzee. Happy birthday to you.
Mzee, we love you. We wish you many, many, many more years of progress. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, honorable ministers, honorable members of Parliament, captains of business and industry, distinguished guests, particularly the majority here who are from northern Uganda, the area we love so much. and all of you, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, thank you. Thank you for being a great friend and a great lover of the people of northern Uganda. Thank you for turning northern Uganda from a relatively behind area and today becoming the most progressive part of Uganda. In the last 3 days, we've had this forum and focused on northern Uganda. Before I give my remarks, my name is Emmanuel Katongole. You know me, Your Excellency. You've given me various assignments, such as chairman, the first chairman of Uganda National Oil Company. You gave me the assignments of being the chairman of the National COVID Task Force Fund. You have not disbanded it for reasons you know, and a few others. I'll first invite 3 or 4 people from northern Uganda who will give a minute or 2 of recap of their feeling of their region. I'll start with Grace Kalimundu. Kalimundu, please, Grace, you've got 1 minute or so to do that. Of Polar Farms in Nairobi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, I observe protocol. I am called Grace Kermondo. My husband is called Kermondo Gilbert. Polamix Farm is a family venture which started in 2011 with only 4 acres of fruit and non-fruit trees, and then growing of legumes under these fruit trees. But because of interest of time, I don't want to elaborate on all that we have because it's a lot now. Because as I speak now, we have over 150 acres of non-fruit trees, over 30 acres of fruit trees. Your Excellency, I'm pleased to inform you that we are rearing goats. And only last month, we got 85 kid goats. My interest here is to tell our people that actually we can create wealth with agriculture in northern Uganda. Because I have been in this, when I left bank in 2015, I was already doing it at a small scale, but for the 10 years I have been in farming, I have sampled almost every crop that is grown in Uganda, and they have all been doing well. The only challenge is that I cannot do everything. I want to give an example that after doing all this, we realized that we needed something now for our retirement, and we went into coffee. Last year, Your Excellency, in your visit of West Nile, I happened to be privileged that you went to my farm. And by that time, we had just planted coffee 5 days back. But I am pleased to inform you, Your Excellency, that today is the first day they are harvesting. We are picking the first cherries. I know someone is going to doubt, but you ask UCDA that when you follow their procedures, what happens to your coffee? The coffee is already fruiting, and up to today now we have 90 acres of coffee already established. We are targeting to have 100 by next year. Your Excellency, this is a game changer in northern Uganda. Why? Because we have done the matrix. We are doing a coffee of 1,000 stem in an acre, but because of our terrain, we are looking at 800 stems in an acre. Now, when you do that calculation in terms of money, we are anticipating that at least from a tree, we are getting about 2 kgs, 2 kilograms. So meaning in an acre, we have about 1,600 kilograms. And when we look at the current price of coffee, for example, the parchment, it means that we are going to be fetching, because it is now going to about 13, we shall be fetching about 19.2 million from an acre. Your Excellency, because of time, they are pleased that we humbly placed before you when you came to the farm. As a family, we request that and humbly beg that you employ into that, because if at this current state we are employing over 100 people, what if now the government comes in to hold our hands? And Your Excellency, something happened that when you came, because no one has ever established that size of coffee, now they call it is your coffee. The burden is now, everyone is coming to me to give them seedlings, which I do not have the capacity. I implore that UCDA looks into that, because if now someone can prepare the land, they have the land, they're only asking for seedling. Why shouldn't we? I thank PCF for giving me this opportunity. There's a lot to see at Polamit Farm. Please come there.
Thank you, Grace. Oh, yours, these are yours. Thank you, Grace. Your Excellency, the next person I'm going to call upon, because of time, there is a microphone that end. We shall use that microphone. The next person is Honorable Ogenga, Professor Ogenga Latigo. Professor Ogenga Latigo, Your Excellency, is a very interesting man, because he's a politician, but when we are talking business and when we are talking of farming, when we are talking oil and gas, he forgets his political angle and he talks very good things about business. The only thing that he misses is a tie like mine, and I'm ready to give him this one.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, the Right Honorable Prime Minister and the ministers and members of Parliament present, I did not expect that I would speak like this, because I was asked to make a presentation. Unfortunately, the programs got changed. In that presentation, Mr. President, I was asked to narrate my story in farming. And it is a long story, but I started farming because I grew up with a dad who was a teacher and later a shopkeeper, but would still pick oats and have crop fields and had many granaries at home. Had relatives come to go to school and was able to feed people. Secondly, as I joined Sir Samuel Baker and traveled parts of Acholi, I was able to see serious commercial farming in Acholi those days. Anania Akera on the way, Moroto Road, was the largest tobacco grower in the country as an individual. You went west, you had farms of people like Alija Latim, you had farms of people like Wilson Lutara. You had the best dairy, beef herd in the region. And then PS, Andrew Adimola, had even a groundnut combine. But my big interest in joining farming came in 1979. I took a Uganda Airlines flight to Arua. And as we flew over Noya, that time it was Gulu district. As we flew over Noya and Amuro, I saw the beautiful grassland, no trees, and I said, one day I will farm here. Now, when I was ready to farm, after doing my PhD, you actually conferred my PhD on me in '89 in Makerere. So 1990, I got land in Katulukere because the LRA conflict was in Acholi. And I was neighbor to the late Imat Cecilia Ugwal. I grew maize then, and my stories were things that I wanted the farmers to see. I got land, there were trees, I didn't have money to uproot the trees. So I said, what do? I looked for people who wanted to burn charcoal. And I gave them all the trees, and I said, remove the trees, uproot them, burn the charcoal is yours. And I got my field cleared, and I started farming. When I was farming there, I was growing maize. I got a new cowpea variety from Naseko. That cowpea, I still grow it. You put it in fire, it cooks for 10 minutes, it is ready. And it was extremely nutritious. What we did at that time, we had people who had run from across Nuaya, and they were in Bweyale. We demonstrated. We went to the camps, the settlements. We demonstrated to them and said, grow this around your homes because it saves on fuel, it saves on time, and it feeds the kids. When after I joined Parliament, one time I went to Gulu, and we went to Tangi River in Nuaya. And I was able to buy land next to the late Erinayo Riema. I bought 800 acres. And that time they thought I was crazy because there was insecurity. But I said, the war will end. And when it ends, I will have land to farm. And at that time, because nobody was buying land, I bought it very cheaply. And I started my Tangi River farm. Now, two things which are experiences that I would like to share with you, Mr. President. One, I quickly noticed that when BBC says that there is a cyclone coming to Madagascar or the shores of Tanzania, 3-4 days later, in February, it will rain heavily in Nuaya. And so I decided I'm going to take advantage of these very early rains. And so I would plant my rice in February, harvest in May when there's no rice in the market and people want seed. And that was my strategic approach to farming in Nuaya. The second one was...
please summarize.
Yes, please. The second was when I realized that Nsenene flies across Nuaya in the first and second week of November, and it was devastating rice. So I told people to adjust the planting, and they took it up. Eventually, I went back to Agago, and I started farming. And I wanted to tell the story because it is the issue of land which you, Your Excellency, knows. I've supported the initiative to get it used in Acholi. And the challenge that any farmer will go there are two things. The issue of land is too badly politicized in our place. And that politicization must end. The politicization should not be about ownership, but about use. If politicians show people how to use that land, we will not have a problem. The second is really for our people to understand that farming is not about money. Farming is about livelihood and about improving the lives of communities. And as I farm in Agago, there are many things. I have the presentation which, when shared with you, people will see. Challenges. Birds. This year, because of climate change, the weaver birds which are migratory came too early. I lost a lot of my rice because the birds ate them. I had video projections of it, which I thought I would present. The other one is that when when I was farming and was a member of the Pan-African Parliament, you talk to people, they said, have you planted? They will say yes. What seed rate did you use? Well, we used 2 bags. You go and find they have not planted, they have not used the right seed rate. So farming, when you have other responsibilities, is a tough thing. And lastly, it is the challenge of financing agriculture. 2 years, we had bad seasons, we borrowed money, and you'll find that because the weather is bad and you projected your income on a certain quantity of yield, you don't get it. I beg that we find a day to talk about how we can support agricultural financing. PDM, as you have proposed, is good. But I can tell you, Mr. President, that the people in the districts will give money not on the basis of competencies, but on the basis of whom they know or want to get that money. And unfortunately, sometimes you give a person who has been desperate for money 1 million shillings. I have a case in my place where the woman said she had waited in the bank and had not eaten. When she got money, she said, let me take a bit of wine. That bit of wine, she collapsed on the way. And the young people stole their money.
Thank you, Professor.
Let me say the final thing. Mr. President, sir, the 4-acre model is good. The skilling of the youth program is good. I went through it when I was being invited to make a presentation. I was actually writing a proposal, because when I looked through the skilling program, there was no center, no skilling center that focused on training people. The young people we have now never grew up the way we grew up. They have to be trained to be farmers. And I had developed that proposal with the intention of submitting it to you, because I have a piece of land behind Kalon Technical Institute, which last time you were supposed to come and open. And I would propose that we have a specific skilling center to train youth on intensive agriculture that fits into your 4-acre model. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you,
President.
Professor. Thank you, Professor. As I said, he can be an extremely good gentleman. At least you've avoided politics. And I look forward to the day you'll walk along that path here. Right Honorable Prime Minister loves it. It's a very nice one. It's yellow because it's a sign of peace and a sign of progress. Your Excellency, the next one will be Lillian Awoma. But Lillian, I beg you kindly that you start on the points, straight on. Protocol was recognized, just recognize His Excellency the President. Go to your points, 1 minute, maximum 2.
His Excellency, you are most welcome. My name is Lilian Umagwang of Loro Town Council, Western Wadi, Popong Sel, Oyam districts. I emerge as a beacon of success in coffee farming through the support from Uganda Coffee Development Authority, that is UCDA. His Excellency, my journey from maize production to become a successful coffee farmer is a testament to the transformation impact of information decision making through the strategic support. His Excellency, in 2019-2020, I ventured into coffee farming with support from UCDA, establishing a 3-acre garden in Oyam district. I added 1 more acre, totaling to 4. I commenced harvesting coffee in January 2024 with an estimated harvest of over 700 kilograms, and the quality is expected to triple next year, 2025. His Excellency, my ambition now is to extend my coffee garden to 10 acres as a testament to my vision and confidence in coffee farming. Other farmers have also started practicing coffee due to our continuous combinations and sensitization efforts, since this coffee was not traditionally practicing in our region. Despite the achievement, I still face challenges tropical of agriculture venture, such as pest and disease management, propelled drought, occasional of land for expansion and value addition processes. However, Loro Coffee Growers Cooperative Society Limited, the one I belong to as a member, is taking steps toward establishing a coffee store and milling plant, although power sources remains a major concern. His Excellency, long live the government of the Republic of Uganda, long live the President of the Republic of Uganda, long live Uganda Coffee Development Authority, long live all the coffee farmers for God and my country.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Lillian. That was awesome, thank you. The next one is a young man by the names of Odong Mac. And Odong Mac, I know you're a young man, you can do this in 1 minute, like Lillian has done.
Protocol observed. My name is Odong Makfat, a 26-year-old Ugandan from Nwaya district. Because of time, I just want to be brief and go straight to my testimonial. My journey has not been an easy journey from the time, just like in other orphans. I graduated in 2014 at the year of 17 years. So looking at that period of time, being a beneficiary of UPE, and I also benefited from a program of youth program, USE. So coming from the school, I was underage to get formal employment. I look at the situation because I also need money. I got and registered a company called Consult Agri-Credit Solutions. This company was simply to address a challenge I've realized within the community that I come from. One of it was inadequate knowledge and access of agricultural inputs. 2, the skills that is necessary to produce these agricultural goods was also a problem. And then 3, I've also realized gap in market. So my business came to address this challenge, where currently I am actually supplying the whole of Nwaya and Omoro district with quality agricultural inputs. As I speak now, I have 6 sales points where farmers come and get agricultural input from my shops. Besides that, I've also employed many youths who have also been graduated from different universities or tertiary institutions to come and also train different farmers on how they produce. What this initiative did do is, I am a vegetable farmer. I produce vegetable under contract farming with these farmers. When these farmers produce, I buy from them and I supply my different markets where I sell from in Arua, Gulu, Lira, and also part of Kampala here. Besides that, I've also realized there is a lot of challenges looking at the crops that I do as vegetable because they require a lot of pollinating agents as bees. I've installed currently, I have 600 beehives, 300 is already colonized, where I am selling honey, training farmers to produce. I also have other bee products from it. The major interest of this bee project is to make sure my watermelon, tomato are pollinated from this simple actually enterprise like bees beside other enterprise. I also realized our nature of land getting a lot of erosion and also other land wastage where our farmers are cutting down trees. I introduced goat farming. Currently I have 150 goats. These are exotic goats that produce fast. They also have a lot of weight. These goats, I use their manure to fertilize my actually tomato and then the vegetable I produce to produce for me the organic product I require for the markets I supply. So through this initiative, I have already been able to empower and employ a lot of youth directly through employment, and also others that do transport business like border that carry this produce from my farm to different markets. Besides that, I have also been able to make sure that the farmers are also trained within my farm, where I have irrigated currently, because of the capacity. I have 5 acres of land that have installed drip system. This plot is to make sure I capacitate farmers' knowledge, where farmers come and hire a plot of land. The produce they produce through our contract farming, I buy from them and supply. Because we have a lot of challenge in droughts, that's why I thought of this initiative. And currently, as I talk, the program has already supported close to 10,000 farmers where they are enrolled and worked in the block farm where I work. Currently, maybe to sum up, there are a lot of challenges as individual I face. Looking at the age, finances is one of them. So I currently urge also government, if they can consider financing some of these institutions, not necessarily like mine, but if they can try to put value in the youths who have come out and trying to do things without support of the government, that would be something encourageable, because when a youth looks at me, they will be inspired to come and also join the venture of agriculture. 2, the challenge we also experience in our society, especially the villages, issues of road networks. Sometimes we grow vegetables in our farm because of the poor road networks, especially in our villages. Our crops tend to rot because transport officers, maybe also other transport companies, fear to come and collect our produce. So I also request government if they can also finance and improve road network within the villages. That would also be an encouragement factor. Thank you so much, and I beg to stop here. I wait for the high time when youths will be given platform to speak and then express much of themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate young people. You can take something from Mac. The next one will not speak, but I would like if he's around, to run very fast to work to Musei. Is Musei Otto Bosco. Musei Otto Bosco is an interesting old man. He grows coffee. He has 15 acres of land. Yesterday I interacted with him. His email says Bosco Otto 7@gmail. I asked him why his email is 7. He said, I love Musei, and that's why I put 7. Thank you, Musei, and next week he will go to Netherlands to represent Ugandan farmers in coffee. Honorable Catherine Lamwakal, excuse me, please, you are to give a quick recap, but there is a shortage of time, and Musei would be going. I'm sure you'll get time and you brief him since you're a political class. That's what I've been advised. I'm extremely sorry, Honorable Catherine. But stand up for recognition. Your Excellency the President, I am deeply honored to address you this morning, actually this afternoon, and welcome you cordially to this 5th biannual Presidential CEO Forum on the theme Battle to Greenfield, Transforming Northern Uganda into a commercial production and logistics hub for exports. Today, we celebrate the first regional private sector CEOs Forum for Northern Uganda. This is a clean demonstration of the peace that you brought to this region, and we thank you so very much. On behalf of the board and management of the PCF, I extend our sincere gratitude to Your Excellency the President for recognizing local business leaders for this country as key players in contributing to national development agenda. This has allowed us to participate in development programs, as well as giving us a platform to champion key conversations that foster an enabling business environment and ultimately shape the nation. We also take this opportunity to appreciate the Right Honorable Prime Minister. When you appointed her You gave her to us, and you told us that you've given us a fisherman. She's actually a real fisherman, not a fisherwoman. So thank you, Prime Minister, for the work that you've been doing. You've been with us, you've helped us through, and you've pushed all the resolutions that we put together. Thank you. Recently, Your Excellency the President, under guidance from the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Presidential CEO Forum engaged CACITA on enhancing the involvement of traders in economic value creation. Our board and management are happy to report that this engagement with CACITA leadership led to acknowledgement of the indiscipline of some of their members during a meeting you had with them. And accordingly, they wrote a formal apology to Your Excellency, and they are now ready to engage in productive and amicable discussions as far as traders are concerned. We further commend the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, the Minister and PSST. They've been there to make sure that these resolutions are implemented. For the last 4 years, Your Excellency, the Presidential CEO Forum has engaged relevant ministries, departments, and agencies in pursuit of drive an agenda of advancing shared goals on socio-economic transformation led by Your Excellency the President. Here, I would like to recognize my fellow board members. Your daughter, Barbara Mrwana, finished her term, and she was not able to continue with another term, and I took over from her. Please, board members, stand up for recognition. I would like in particular to request two of them, Irene Birungi Mugisha and Dr. Ramadhani Gobi, to remain standing. That young lady, Irene, has been a great blessing to us. I've seen her work day and night, and you get to her in the middle of the night. At one time, I thought Mr. Mugisha would just finish me. He works and brings results. Irene, thank you. Dr. Ramadhani Gobi is one of the young captains you brought on. I can say on behalf of business leaders in this country that Ramadan has sanitized that ministry. He has changed it from a dealing ministry to a ministry that handles policy and implements policy, and we are proud of him. Thank you for bringing him there. Your Excellency, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, we are particularly encouraged by government's commitment to implementing the resolutions from our previous forums. Over 90% of these policy recommendations have been adopted, and budgetary provisions have been made to support their implementation. Your Excellency, let me highlight some of the key achievements. To date, we have held 4 biennial CEO forums with Your Excellency as the chief host, and these have generated 49 resolutions that were summarized into 27 resolutions and adopted by government as a live document incorporated in NDP4 framework as program action plans, which means that they will be followed up with a clear course of monitoring funds allocation. Government has appreciated the need of alternative financing, and this financial year 2024-2025 budget, under Income Tax Act, capital gains arising from the sale of holdings with private equity and venture capital funds regulated by Capital Markets Authority was exempted. This was Your Excellency's directive when you invited us at your home in Irenga and Tungamo district, and we thank you for that. During the 4th biennial retreat, Your Excellency, hosted at Kira Motors in Jinja, we had resolutions to ease cost of doing business for the e-mobility industry through policies. This was achieved in the financial year 2024-2025 budget through VAT exemptions on supply of electric motorcycles and vehicles manufactured or fabricated in Uganda, together with their respective charging stations and batteries. This is another big achievement under your directive, Your Excellency, and we thank you. All these are testament of Your Excellency's strategic leadership. While we have made significant progress, we still have work to be done, including following up on implementation of the remaining resolutions and addressing the challenges that may arise. We are confident that the resolutions of this 5th biennial forum, which concentrates on northern Uganda, will also contribute significantly to the wealth creation and development of northern Uganda and the nation at large. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, since yesterday, we have held meaningful discussions on the theme and made resolutions which were presented to the Right Honorable Prime Minister to bring to your attention, Your Excellency's attention. Northern Uganda region is rich in natural resources and cultural heritage, but has faced significant economic challenges due to historical conflicts. However, recent developments show a positive trajectory with increasing investments, infrastructure investments, and growth in key sectors. Government strategic investments in the region, such as support to a Tiak sugar factory, Yumbe fruit factory, Bukona agro processors, the Corp factory in Lolo, Oyam district, the magnificent glue logistics hub, the cotton ginnery in Pajuli Padel district, and various agro-processing facilities will be catalysts for economic growth and development in the northern part of Uganda. Benchmarking visits were carried out by our team led by Mr. Deo Kayemba, who is the chairman of Uganda Manufacturers Association. And we concluded that it is important to focus on commercial production for agro-industrialization. Therefore, the bulk of resolutions for this biennial Presidential CEO Forum meeting today highlights the priorities for action. Important though, while northern Uganda can be transformed into the country's agro-processing and logistic hub, this requires deliberate strategic support over the next 3 years to 5 years across key stages of the value chain. In conclusion, Your Excellency, I want to share with the people of northern Uganda a very short testimony about how your interventions have changed lives, and I'll give myself as an example. In 1986, you graduated us as your first graduates in Makerere University. I was with Deo Kayemba, who is now the chairman of Uganda Manufacturers Association. In your address, you told us not to look for government jobs. You told us to go out and create our own jobs. We saw a young leader and a young dynamic man. We took your word. I remember taking buses on Fridays evening from Malaba to Nairobi, buying a few goods in a bag and packing them on our heads and bringing them to venture in Kampala streets. I had lost my parents. Later, my 3 sisters, my only sisters, died because of HIV/AIDS. I took a personal decision that I should concentrate on pharmaceuticals. I started a small shop in Katwe. We started buying medicines. Until one time I thought it was time to start manufacturing because of your policy of ABCD on HIV/AIDS. I wrote to you. I was nothing. I only saw you on political rallies and on TV. You responded to my letter and you called me to State House. When I came, I was extremely timid. You looked at me. Actually, I almost sussued in my trouser. But the meeting took about 5 minutes. You asked me what my problems were. I told you that I wanted to manufacture ARVs and SCTs after telling you my story. In 5 minutes, you said, I asked you, and I told you I had technology. You told me, and I told you I didn't have money. You told me that, young man, go ahead, if you can do this, I'll give you a letter of support and you should be able to raise money. You gave me that letter and Barclays Bank gave me $18 million based on your letter. I needed $33 million. I went to CIPLA. When they saw your letter and the letter from Barclays, they lent me $5 million. And they gave me machines on loan for $5 million. You came and we started the factory after giving us land in Luzira. You came and inspected that land. And as we were building. But I was very surprised that the $28 million we had mobilized were not enough. Again, I wrote to you. You invited us, and this is very dear to me. I'll never forget it. You invited us very late at night, after midnight. I found a group of ministers led by the late Prime Minister, Apollon Sivambi. May his soul rest in peace. You explained to him what we wanted to do. You stayed on the table and you told him to lead the meeting. I'll never forget that actually one by one attacked us that we were trying to do something that nobody else has ever done. Thank God you remained there, and I actually thought you were sleeping. But all of a sudden, when I told them that I was implementing your policy of eliminating HIV/AIDS in this country, you got up and fired questions to them, and you said, no, you go and look for the money. 2 weeks later, I got a letter from you that gave us a loan of $5 million without interest. We finished the factory. You came and opened it. Today, Your Excellency, that factory has registrations for HIV and malaria medicines in 34 African countries. Today, we are major exporters of medicines on the African continent. 2 weeks ago, I went to Nairobi on a business trip. A taxi driver started talking the usual economics, how our country was. And he told me one thing I'll never forget. A taxi driver in Nairobi told me that you're very lucky because your president, President Museveni, has got an eye that sees where others don't see. Your Excellency, thank you for having that eye. That eye has helped all these business leaders to do what we do. I'll finish, Your Excellency. I think I'll be very unfair if I don't show you your Bazukulu. I've got a son and a daughter here who are your admirers. Nicholas and Jacqueline, just run here. This young boy is my firstborn. He went into some of the best universities in the world. I told him to come and work with me, and he said, no, I'll do what the president told you to do. He has set up an electronics company that can now detect diseases in animals, and it is an app. And that is how you've trained your Bazukulu. Jackie, I don't know, I don't see her. She finished her MBA at Imperial College in London. I gave her a job in quality chemicals, and she said, no, I want to be an exporter. And she now exports produce from all over Uganda. Young girl of 24 years. Those are the people you've trained. Thank you, Excellency. And Mukunja girl come very fast. As Dr. Ramadan also comes, Dr. Ramadan will give the resolutions of this biannual meeting, and this Mukunja girl is going to share in 1 minute her experience as a board member here. Please, very, very fast.
Your Excellency, my name is Ruth B. Nzika, Aisha Kasolo, and I'm a member of the board of the PCF. Normally, whenever we meet, Your Excellency, we have asks, and I don't know why you normally accept my asks. So I have just a few general asks. One of them is, Your Excellency, I want you to change the tone. Why would you change the tone? Because I've been in a number of meetings where everybody is asking you, is asking for this, we want this, we want this. I want you to change the tone. From today, if somebody asks something, you ask them, what do you bring on the national table? Why? Because we give budgets to many local governments. They get a lot of money. But a number of times they don't care to see what they are contributing to the national budget. We have the Prime Minister here, we have the PSST here, and I think that for me, generally, whenever somebody is asking something from the President, they should show us what that district is contributing to the national table. And I think that even the performance of the RDCs, the performance of the cows, the Prime Minister is here, these people should be able to supervise wealth creational programs, but also tell us what is coming from there, because the government has now invested a lot of resources in that particular area. Your Excellency, lastly, you said you provided resources through UDC for the mango factory in Yumbe. This factory, I think the ED of UDC is here, and Professor Chamuhanjire, it's now ready. It's ready. This season, this factory is ready. And we want to ensure that you can launch this factory, but also we want to ensure that research, I think they talked about it. The issue is that when it is launched, the mangoes will not even be enough. And I think that is something that we need to ensure that more resources are put into that. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Dr. Ramadan Gobi will give a quick recap of the resolutions, but on a personal note, let Your Excellency that the $5 million you lent me, I paid back to the Ministry of Finance, and that is very great because some people you give money do not pay back.
Your Excellency, Your Excellency, I will be very brief. The meeting, the 5th meeting for Northern Uganda has made 13 resolutions, and I will summarize them. The first one is that the Greater North makes its fair contribution to the country's 10-fold growth strategy with the full monetization and formalization of the economy, value addition and export, focus based on agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral-based development, including oil and gas, and STI, including ICT, as well as the culture and creatives. Number 2, that the ongoing work to develop a sub-regional specific plan for the Karamoja, as directed by Cabinet, is also applied to other 3 sub-regions of West Nile, Acholi, and Lango. Number 3, that key constraints to private investments unique to the region, including the low level of registered land and prolonged drought, among others, are accorded special status in public investment management. Number 4, that the livestock economy is an integral opportunity for the Greater North and should develop alongside the following mass line value chains: coffee, cassava, oil seeds, shea, cashew nuts, and grains. Number 5, that fast track the operationalization of the Gulu logistical hub, a designated facility to facilitate transportation, collection, separation, consolidation, and distribution of goods for the national and international transit on a commercial basis. And specifically here, they resolved that support should target speeding up the completion of the rehabilitation of the Tororo Gulu Pakwach Railway, and to expand the storage capacities and facilities. Number 6, to address the issue of high cost of inputs and the infiltration of counterfeits, they resolved that we prioritize funding of Naro and Nagric, as well as Nakori for coffee, for research in high-yielding pest disease tolerant varieties, for fruits, coffee, grains, cereals, soybean, and livestock. And also ensure timely provision of free inputs, in particular the seed planting materials. Number 7, to increase production, that we increase access to mechanization through availing appropriate technologies at affordable rates. And to ensure water availability and mitigate the impact of prolonged drought in northern Uganda, water dams, reservoirs should be constructed where they don't exist and desilted in other cases where they already exist. Number 8, they also resolved to revamp Achwa cattle ranch to boost the cattle economy in the region as part of the National Cattle Corridor, and to designate zones, corridors, and land parcels for ranching of livestock to allow the growth of plants for commercial purposes, and also to operationalize the customary land registry for northern Uganda as provided for in the Land Act, and also fast track the process of registering communal land in northern Uganda. Number 9, to improve post-harvest handling and marketing of agricultural produce, provide funding for establishment of rural bulk markets at sub-county level with the post-harvest facilities, among other things there. Number 10, in line with the coffee roadmap that envisages an increase to 20 million bags of coffee, with northern Uganda as a new coffee frontier, we develop a value chain approach for the development of the coffee sector, right from mobilizing farmers to factory, by providing quality disease-resistant seedlings, post-harvest handling, value addition, processing, and export markets. Number 11, to attract FDI and diaspora investments in manufacturing to Greater North, there is a need to designate special zones, economic zones, initially starting with the Gulu, while promoting the establishment of public and private industrial parks and free zones. And 12, that government should undertake informed strategic investments in value addition along prioritized value chains, particularly large-scale agro-processing industries, which have the potential to be competitive at regional as well as international levels. And lastly, Your Excellency, that government should provide enabling infrastructure to production and value addition centers, including roads, electricity, as well as prioritized value chains, providing machinery for them. I submit, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mr. PSST. Your Excellency, allow me now invite the Honorable Dr. Kenneth Omona, Minister of State in charge Northern Uganda, to come and make few remarks and invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Leader of Government Business in Parliament to talk to us. Let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Omona.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, colleague ministers, honorable members of Parliament, leaders from the various MDAs, the captains, or the chairman saying I should wait. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I was advised His Excellency should be listening from. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, and all of you distinguished participants for having spared all this time here since yesterday. Your Excellency, the northern Uganda we are talking about, if you looked at northern Uganda now, and compared it to what northern Uganda was about 20 years ago, I think all of us here will agree that the government of the National Resistance Movement has done a lot to change that place from the war-torn area that it was to a place that we are now talking about as a place of opportunities for various different forms of investments. And for this, we want to thank the government very, very much for this effort. Your Excellency, Mr. President, allow me, join the rest of the country and the entire world who are very excited to join you in celebrating your 80 years of life in this world. A life that you have lived productively, a life that you have lived with a great commitment, not only to this country, Uganda, but Your Excellency, you remain committed to Africa as a whole. We want to thank you and thank God for keeping you alive in all these 80 years, and you keep praying that the Almighty God gives you many, many more years full of good health, happiness, and commitment to our country and to our continent. Your Excellency, what has been discussed here since yesterday is not new from what you have told this country for all these years. They are just unpacking and trying to expand the message that you have preached to this country for very many years. And Your Excellency, when you talk about agro-industrialization, transformation and development of the country, we cannot talk about this without thinking about the masses of the people. And Your Excellency, all this we are talking about are actually expanding what you have given the country, and you have called it the 4-acre model, which you wrote in your book, which talks about 7 ways and 4 sectors for wealth and job creation. That I have almost made like my bubble. I think I have just forgotten it in the car. I normally carry wherever I speak to the people and wave that book and encourage each and every one of us here to read that book. Your Excellency, a summary of resolutions here has been given, as you've heard. The most important thing, Your Excellency, that now awaits, that now remains, is tasking all of us here, leaders in our various capacities, in government, the religious leaders, the cultural institutions, to avail ourselves and mobilize the population and the country for production. Your Excellency, I could have forgotten many things you have told me, but one thing I have not forgotten is one time when we went up country, and I told you that, Museveni, we have spent here many days now. Let's go back to Kampala because there's a work to do there. You told me, Omona, let's first, I don't want to head to Kampala. I have a lot of work to do here. let's first deal with the issue of poverty and wealth creation. The things we are talking about, those are things of those who have full stomachs, who are satisfied. That you said was called in Nyankore as a very good say. So he told me, Omona, if you a very good say, let's first handle the issues, the matters of wealth creation for our people who are poor. It is this, Your Excellency, that I've taken very seriously in the case of Northern Uganda. And I want to urge everybody to take on this mobilization very seriously. And this is what all of us here now awaits to do. Your Excellency, one thing which I want to emphasize in Northern Uganda is, if it is possible, establishment of centers that can give help to the farmers. I thank you. When you appointed me, you told me to visit and see if we can expand your demonstration farm in Baralegi, so that we can use it to provide assistance to the farmers. And this is what we'll want to do in all the areas of Northern Uganda. And I also want to assure you, Your Excellency, that there's no yearning for commodities that bring money. And Your Excellency, I have caused a problem in Northern Uganda, because in many places where we have gone to meet, I have told the people there that this coming election, they should not vote any leader who is not going to tell them anything about wealth creation. And thank you very much. And Your Excellency, this trap awaits you also. But I'm very confident, because in every gathering that you have spoken, you have always told the people about wealth creation. Let me call upon the entire country and those interested in investing in Northern Uganda that this is a potential place now. We have peace and stability, and we await you. And to the people of Northern Uganda, I want to say, the war is over. Tumekucha. And borrowing from one American poet, Walt Whitman, who said, keep your faces towards the direction of sunshine, and the shadows will fall behind you. I want to thank you very much, Your Excellency, for coming, and I take now this opportunity to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister to speak to you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, honorable ministers, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I had an interaction with you yesterday, and so I don't want to waste more time. Your Excellency, it is my honor now to invite you to speak to the people.
Oh, thank you. Sit down. Bepping, bepping. Kopango. Rio Mabel. Mata Karamajong. Ingonia. Ebinyera, they are not here. The Madis. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, the ministers, all the other leaders, the leaders of industry and business, and all the invited people. In order for business to succeed, you must solve a number of strategic issues. Strategic issues are issues which affect the whole situation, from A to Z. Now, the strategic issues in Uganda and in the north, one of them was security. Because that one, whatever you do, you couldn't do anything if you don't have peace. And insecurity was by the three groups. There were groups which were destabilizing West Nile from South Sudan and Congo. Those were dealt with. Then you had the groups destabilizing Acholi mainly Kony and Lakwena. Those were dealt with. And then in the northeast, we had the Karamojong disturbing themselves and disturbing others. And that one also we have ended. We have stopped it. So the whole area, that issue of security is now handled. Because that is a strategic bottleneck. If you don't handle it, what else can you do? What can people do? Now, the second strategic issue is the one we are still dealing with. This is the issue of the full monetization of the economy. The economy of Uganda, and I think the economies of other African countries, have never been fully monetized since the colonial times. I think by 1969, when we had the census, before the coming in of Idi Amin, I think only 4% of the people, of the homesteads, were in the money economy. You can check those figures. I tried to check, but I think I got the figure of only 4%, 1969. 7 years after independence, only 4% of the people were in the money economy. Then Amin came in, and that's modern economy collapsed. Because they were calling that economy of colonialism and independence, the economy of the 3 C's, the 3 C's meaning cotton, coffee, and copper, and the 3 T's, tobacco, tourism, and tea. You had Professor Gwenga Latigo talking about Akera, how he was growing tobacco. So that small economy, this is the one that was accounting for the 4%, I think, of the people. The three C's and the 3 T's. But when Amin came in, much of that small economy collapsed. Therefore, by 1986, we didn't have the figures, what percentage of the population were in the money economy. But when we came to check later, in the census of the first census, when I started noticing it, it was 2013. That's when I again checked and found that only 32% of the people of the homesteads were in the money economy. I think you can check the figures of the census of 1991 and then the one of, there was another census there, and then this one of 2011. That's when I saw the danger again. And at that time, it was only 38% of the people, of the homesteads, are in the money economy. The others are people
of teach, meik, keken. We say in our language, achori. And maybe Langi also. People who only work for the stomach. And that's when I involved the Operation Wealth Creation. I involved the army to say, you go and take seedlings to these people. And when we checked 2 years ago, apparently the intervention of the army had had effect, and the people who are still outside the money, the figure in 2013 was 68% of the homesteads were outside the money economy. They were Nino, asleep, not part of the money economy at all. Only 32% were. When we checked about 2 years ago, the figures showed that 61% of the homesteads have now gone into the money economy. It is only 39% that we are still out. So I will check the latest figures. What are they saying? Now, that is a strategic bottleneck. It is a strategic bottleneck for 2 reasons. Number one, you don't get a lot of raw materials, because now you can see the production of coffee has gone up to 9 million bags from 2 million bags. And why? Because more people have got involved in producing for the market. So if some people are abstaining, it means you have got less raw materials for industry, for processing. But secondly, there's another problem, the purchasing power. Because when I produce something and I sell, I get money. And because I have money, I'm able to buy other things. So the purchasing power of the population goes up. I am a milk producer, but you Ugandans, you are not supporting me enough. According to the WHO, a person to be fine and still have all his teeth in his mouth, like I have now at 80. I haven't lost any of my teeth. They are still there. And my bones are still strong. You need to drink 210 liters of milk a year. The consumption should be 210 liters per capita. We are now having a problem quarreling with Kenya. Kenya is refusing to take our milk. We are now fighting with them. We are fighting with Kenya about the eggs. The eggs, we are producing eggs. The internal market is not enough. We are fighting with Kenya about maize, producing a lot of maize. Kenya is not, the internal market is not enough, and our Kenyan friends are putting obstacles. But if you look at the milk, for instance, the production is now 5.3 billion liters. The consumption within the country is only 800 million liters. We therefore have a surplus of more than 4 billion liters. But this surplus is artificial, because we are now a population of 46 million. If each one was consuming 210 liters a year, we would actually be having a deficit. We would need to produce 9-something billion liters to satisfy the internal market. So when you have got people who are just staying outside the money economy, they sabotage the economy in two ways. First of all, they don't contribute, like what the Mkunja was saying. First, they don't contribute. But secondly, they don't buy. So we who produce don't have enough buyers. And you can take the same chivaro, same chura of the milk. You are now sabotaging the milk because you don't buy enough milk. But you can take the chura, the chivaro, to, let's say, textiles. A population of 46 million. Each person needs about 5 meters per person. So if you multiply 46 million by 5 meters of textile, how much textiles do you need? So you can go on point by point by point. So this issue of everybody getting involved in the money market is a strategic one. Not only to get rid of poverty, but to produce more raw materials, but also increase the purchasing power of the population. So that one there is still not implemented. Then electricity. Electricity we have done well now, because that is the other crucial element for the economy, especially for the factories. We now have what you call surplus power of more than 1,000 megawatts, but I'm not resting because I know that surplus is temporary. It is because the Ugandans are nino, asleep. When they wake up, it will not be enough. Uganda needs much more electricity. We estimate 52,000 megawatts. That's what Uganda needs. We are now at 2,000 something megawatts. This is nothing. So we are continuing. We shall not lose time. We shall continue to build more dams, more dams, more dams, solar power. So that one we are moving well. And our target is to give the manufacturers a price of 5 American cents per kilowatt hour. I think some have started getting it, or getting near there. You can get the briefing from the people concerned. Now the roads have improved because what Professor Genga Latigo is talking. In 1968, when I toured that area when I was a student leader, there was not, the only tarmac road was ending in Gulu. That time they had built the tarmac road up to Gulu. But I went all the way to Moyo, the road was not tarmac, Koboko, Arua. Coming back, I came through Anaka, where he's talking of those ranches of Alexander Latim and others. It was all Maram Road, all the way up to Karuma. But now, the whole place is tarmac, all the way up to Oraba, on the Western Nile side, up to Nimule. I think we are working on the one of Ajumani, Laropi, Moyo. Then the one of Oruyo, Gulu, Kitugum, Musingo. Then even the one of Soroti, Lira, was not tarmac. It was NRM which tarmac that road, from Soroti to Dokolo to Lira. So the issue of the infrastructure, I'm not really persuaded, because let the people near the tarmac road be out of poverty. Then we shall say, the other ones are still having problems because they are away from the tarmac road. But the one near the tarmac road is with Chan Tiekan and Yo Maber Tiokan. So a good road is here, but poverty is also, they are neighbors. So how can you now talk about infrastructure? And in any case, some of the products don't need tarmac road. Even if I am 20 miles away, 40 miles away from a tarmac road, if I have got my pigs and I put them on a pickup, they are not going to strike. Say, no, we are not going to the market because there's no tarmac road. That's really, I just need a good Maram road to take my product to the market. When I bought land in Chisozi, 1990, there was no road there. I left the tarmac roads in Masaka Mbara Road, Kampala Mbara Road. I left the tarmac road and went deep because I wanted land for cows. And cows don't eat tarmac, they eat grass. So I went deep in the village and bought good land. Now, much later, these Ugandans remembered to bring me tarmac, but I was already a rich man there. So please, the problem of these areas is political leadership. Leaders who are really enemies of their own people because of selfishness. So the roads really there are good enough. We had a problem with maintaining the Maram roads, but we have increased the money. When I was with Olanya in that our district there of Olanya, Omoro, he brought a good point that the 300 million they were saying was not enough per district. So we added another 1 billion. And you can see that if you spend a bit of that money on the roads, they will be good. Like the other year, there's when I went to West Nile, and there was a road from the Catholic parish. There's a Catholic parish somewhere where we landed and we drove. Very nice Maram road. No better than the roads of Kampala here. You can imagine a road in Obongi or our place there. Maram, better than some of these KCCA roads. So what we need are good Maram roads that can link us with the trunk tarmac roads. Then we have the money in UDB, money for manufacturers and for agriculture. I would invite people like Professor Genga Latigo, who have been very active, to tell me what the problem is. Why is Ojangore here? Our daughter, UDB. Is she here? Ojangore. She's not here. Huh? Who is from UDB? Because UDB should be, is that fellow from UDB the one who is standing up? Anybody from UDB, you say present. If not,
Your Excellency, we don't see her here today. She was around yesterday,
Uh-huh.
but she's not here today. Anybody from UDB, Uganda Development Bank, a representative?
no, I'm going to interrogate that group. Because they need to justify their existence. Because we are putting money there, money there, money there. Okay, they may not give everybody, but they should be able to prove that we had 1,000 applicants, we have covered 100, we covered them well, we could not cover the other 900. That one makes sense. But when you have covered everybody is crying, then what are you for? So Ojangore would have to explain herself. I want her to show me how many people have benefited from. Because when Jesus was killed, my clan, the Wasita, were not there. But we heard about it later, that Jesus was killed, was buried, and he resurrected. So you find I'm also now a Christian. Because I heard of a success story which happened. So where are the success stories of UDB? Because I am now a Christian, but I wasn't there when Jesus was being killed. But I heard about it, and I read about it. And here I am, son of Kaguta, I am also a Christian. So therefore, we need to audit. This one here, we have spent money. The other one of PDM, me, I'm not worried. The other woman in Agago who got drunk and they stole her money, those are casualties of life. Somebody told me that there was a king in Southern Africa whom they told that there are cannibals, people who eat people. On that mountain there, should we go and kill them? We said, no, don't kill them. Send them cows. So they sent them cows, and they ate the cows, but they were still eating people. So they came and told the king that the people, they ate the cows, but they also eat people still. So he said, no, you send them more cows. So they kept eating cows and people until they got tired and started only eating cows and stopped eating people. So I think my drunk supporters in Agago who lose money and so on, those will be there, but I think they will stabilize, they will learn. So the PDM will continue, because PDM, because in the process we are also shedding a lot of skins. We arrest the people who steal their money, who take bribes, we arrest them. Very, very soon they will be tired. We shall run out of thieves before we run out of space in the prison. They will stop stealing the money. And we have calibrated it well. We have said the one who takes PDM money should not start paying until after 24 months. And he will pay simple interest, not compound interest. Just 10% on the 1 million after 24 months. That is 110 million. No, 1 million and 1.1 million. And start paying and finish in 36 months. So that one should not, we should not relax on that. It should become standard each year. We should add on money. We are putting each year 1 trillion, 1 trillion. Each parish is getting 100 million. So by now we have like 300 million in a parish. Even the one whose money was stolen, she would have to get it from her relatives and pay it back. We shall send her to jail. So it will stabilize. So that one, for the smaller people, I think that one would be addressed. But the bigger people who want more money, which is not PDM, which is money for manufacturing, for big commercial agriculture. That's why Ojangore must really explain. And if the conference is not finished, call her and she tells you what the problem is. Now, on the strategic level, I am remaining with the two dates. One is the railway. Because this economy of vehicles is very wasteful. As you can see, the road traffic jams, we are squandering a lot of money on fuel. Just you are in the car, the engine is running, you are not moving, the whole roads are full. Because people are richer, they have a lot of vehicles, but the roads are not enough distributed to distribute them. Like for instance, when I'm going to Jinja, I normally pass by the Bakunja. I no longer fear the Bakunja. I pass through Nkokonjeru. And there you don't see much traffic. The other time when I passed through Kayunga, I didn't also see much traffic. The problem comes from Mukono to here. That's where the problem is. But with the roads we are building around Kampala, I think to bypass Kampala, if you are going to the west, why do you have to come through Kampala? You can pass those Kira there. But still, the use of vehicles for cargo is not efficient. The real solution for cargo is the railway. The railway within Uganda, we are now repairing the meter gauge, but we are also very soon going to start the standard gauge to the sea, to the coast, so that we have got low costs of transport, low cost of electricity, low cost of transport. Now, the other strategic issue I'm remaining with is the irrigation. Irrigation. Somebody talked about it a bit here. That irrigation will transform this agriculture. Your person, Dr. Muranga, in her banana project in Ushenyi, We gave her government land and we supported her. She's irrigating there. She's now producing, the Banyankora around there are producing 5.3 metric tons of bananas per hectare. But Dr. Muranga is producing 53 tons from the same hectare. So her production has gone up 10 times because of irrigation. And this is where the issue of interfering with the wetlands is a big mistake. People should leave the wetlands and we preserve the water there to irrigate the dry land. We are going to have much more production and use the wetlands in a better way, because the wetlands can be used for fish ponds on the edges. You put the fish pond at the edge, and the center of the swamp comes back and has the water, has the grass. That grass is good for mulching. You cut it and mulch and it grows again. Really, God loves Uganda so much. When you see how rich Uganda is, and you see how people are misusing the resources, you feel very sorry. So irrigation is our other strategic target. We shall have these group irrigations, but also encourage individual irrigation by using solar-powered pumps, which we are already producing with one company here. So once you do that, once we have these, the peace, the monetization, the full monetization of the economy, everybody to be involved in the money economy, electricity, which we already have and we are expanding, the roads, which we already have and we are expanding, Ojangore becoming irrelevant, because now she's a bit irrelevant, I think. The railway, irrigation, we shall have addressed. Now, the other issue, of course, is the market access, which will be partly addressed by the purchasing power. Because if we have more money in our people's hands, they will consume more within the country. Take textiles. In the villages, you find children fighting for one blanket. At night they are fighting, Mama, the other one has taken the blanket from me. Because it is one blanket with 4 children inside. No bed sheets, no what. What sort of... I go around and I see the children without shoes. Up to now, you see children are going to school without shoes. I don't know why these school people don't encourage them to have at least rugabire, the other tire sandals. They are much better than just walking on bare feet. So all that purchasing power, the shoes, the textiles, the food, the market is there, but it is suppressed the demand because they don't have the money to buy. Then you have, but in the case of northern Uganda, the other strategic issue is bad politics. Because you are unfortunate to have bad leaders. Ogenga Latigo is one of the few exceptions. He's in the wrong company. I don't know why. You know, he doesn't know that with his father-in-law, Gino Obonyo, we were in DP together. He doesn't know that I was a very big DP. I was with Gino Obonyo, with Beni Chiwanuka, with Alex Latim, Boniface Vyanyima, who were in DP. I was a very strong DP youth, but I saw the limitations of DP. And I said, please, this DP can't solve the problems of Uganda. So these ones, the Ogenga Latigos and Mao and all those people, they are in DP. You cannot have a DP without Museveni. Without Museveni, there is no DP. Because I was from 1960 to 1970, I joined the UPC for 5 months. I joined the UPC in September. I went, no, not August, September. This gentleman, Otim Oriem, was manning UPC office. I think on the way to Entebbe Road, on the left here. I went there and I picked UPC cards and I took them to my area. So, okay, let's support the UPC and see what happens. Then the UPC collapsed by themselves. So that's why we had to start a new force. So therefore, you really need to have some cadres who come up. Because you talk of war. Rural Triangle had a big problem of war. But if you go to some parts of the Rural Triangle now, they have recovered. The cattle corridor has fully recovered. And they don't have the same infrastructure like we have in the north. The other day, I took some of these ministers there, and you saw the dairy sector is doing very well there. Masaka town, all the buildings were destroyed in the war of 1979. Every building in Masaka was destroyed. So when you see Masaka, you don't even know that there was a war there. Mbarara. Not a single building remained standing. They were all blown up. But they have come back. So these fellows who confuse our people are really not good. I have taken some of the lessons, the ideas to train the young people, and so on. We shall take them up. Now, I'm very glad the North is taking to coffee. Recently, we were having some argument with some people. UCDA, a group called UCDA, they were trying to deceive people that without UCDA, there will be no coffee. That's not true. The coffee, the seedlings they are distributing are generated by our research institutions, Chituza and so on. The other time we used Operation Wealth Creation to distribute the seeds. We can now going to use different agents to distribute the coffee seedlings. Like for instance, I'm going to get my model farm in Bariregi to become a seed multiplying center. I can cover that area. I'm already doing it in Ixozi. I distributed all the coffee seedlings in Ixozi around my place. And I can use the farm in Kitierera to do the same for Soga. I even have a farm in government farm, not my personal farm, in Arua. So we are going to distribute the seedlings. And our daughter, the wife of Kerumundo, if she can agree and we make a contract with us, she becomes my seed distributor. And I need to pay all my banya mewa. I have some banyas, I know. My PPS. I have some banya with that girl, that lady there. I want to help them to irrigate. Have you irrigated? When I was there, I was telling you about irrigation. Is that correct? I remember the banya. Now, don't use wrong data. Because I had my Mukunja, Binzika, and somebody else talking of prolonged drought in the north. Are you talking about my north or another north? In the north, there is no prolonged drought. I challenge anybody here to. Because I saw this when I was fighting in the war. From even Ngoma here and part of Chiboga, Chiankwanzi, 1 degree north of the equator. It starts raining in March and it continues with a small interruption of a few days up to end of December. Then you get the drought. The drought is from January, February in the north. Is that not correct? This is for the north and west Nile. But for Karamoja, that's why there is a prolonged drought. For them, they get. So, can somebody challenge? Let's conclude this. Because this, I'm a free information, free consultant. Is that correct or not correct? The rain months are from March, continuous, to end of December almost. So please remove it from your documents. If you want to say prolonged drought for Karamoja, but not for the north, not north central. Is my information correct? Yes. So which north are you talking about? My north or north of Khartoum? If you are talking about my north, I cannot accept because I'm here, I will defend it. It is the only part of Uganda which has got 9 rain for 9 months out of 12. When I was fighting someplace, somewhere, I was in Uguru. And I was so worried because we wanted to start the fighting. That it is going to start raining before. And we launched the work on the 9th of March. And very soon the rain started. So it was good that we had just launched. And when we were trying to do the work, some other place, the 18th of April, it had started raining badly. And when it rains, so there is no, correct that please. Don't waste your time with prolonged drought. There is no prolonged drought in the north. The drought is January, February, and a few days of March. Then it starts raining. But for Karamoja, it's another story. That's the one where you have got a prolonged drought. But even Karamoja has got more rain than South Africa. Because the rain in Karamoja is 35 inches of rain. In Acholi, West Acholi, in West Nile, it is 60 inches of rain. But if you go to Zimbabwe, where there are big farms in Matebele land, they have 22 inches of rain. Here, Karamoja, where you say there is drought, it is 35 inches of rain. I totally agree with mechanization. the Ministry of Agriculture should have these mechanization centers. They have been trying to fumble around to use cooperatives, but I don't know what the problem is. But to give credit to UPC, they had started some mechanization scheme after independence. And in 1967, when I bought that land at Rwachtura, I went to Mbarara and hired that tractor hire and came to open the land there. They came. I paid them money. So, if this method, we are going to discuss it, if these methods of cooperatives, what are not working, then we may have to have direct government control of these mechanization centers, maybe by zone, per zone, per zone, per zone. I would have to call some experts. When I call the people, PPS, when you call people, also call Professor Ogenga Latigo. He's a free expert. I will take advantage of him without paying him. Cost-free consultancy. Now, you touched on a good point. Disease control and pest control without chemicals. The research to concentrate on that. Because these chemicals are a problem. Yes, they help us to kill the disease, but they also go into the food chain. And I'm going to tell the researchers to really concentrate on that. We have already done well with the ticks. We have now got a tick-borne disease vaccine. No, an anti-tick vaccine. We have it now. We are going to launch it very soon. So that idea of having other, the other time when we remember the water hyacinths, which had covered Lake Victoria and other lakes, Echido, what was when you called Echido? We destroyed it with the insects, which we got from somewhere. They came and ate those floating plants. So we used biological methods to solve that problem of the water hyacinths. And of course, the only thing you have to be careful was that the insects don't eat other things. But we had enough research had been done, I think in South America, that they only eat the water hyacinths, not other things. Now, the 4 acres model is good for the small holders. That does not exclude the large-scale people. This is the medicine I designed for the areas where people have already fragmented land and they cannot economically farm using extensive agriculture methods. But even you are in the area of the north where some people say land, there's a lot of land, but when I fly around, that land is not so much. Some areas, yes, like the other day when I was coming from Karenga, I spent 50 minutes in the air, which is a long distance. That is about 100 air miles before hitting Dokolo. From Karenga to Dokolo, it took me 50 minutes by air. And the helicopter covers 2 miles per minute. So that's 100 miles, air miles, which is a big area. And you could see below that area, Adilang, Olilim, maybe Otuke, the population is not so much. But the other parts of Lango, the population is Kyoga, Amarataru. People are, you see garden next to a garden next to a garden, you don't see spare land there. And even when I'm going to this Minakulu, those areas, people are the gardens are quite close. So that's why I say, you people, if you don't have a lot of personal land, go for the 4 acres model. But if you have got big land, do other things, because we need them. We need cotton, we need sugarcane, we need ranching, which need big land. So my advice was the people to register the big landowners like Ogenga Latigo and ask them to grow whatever the country wants. And you can register them. And you support them, and they do what you want, what the country needs, whether it is cotton or what. So, but the smaller people concentrate on their problem, which is poverty. These are the ones I encourage to use the 4 acres model and 7 activities. Now, I would like Ramadan Gobi specifically support some of these people. Like because they keep, if there's like the Munyoro woman from Noya, the one of fruits, where is she? That one there, she's always there. She's a real Kabarega. That I want that woman to be supported, because she is now with the fruits, and then also cassava, ethanol. Are you the same? Well, that's another one. Then I have got my fat girl from Amuru, from Amuria, the Mteso girl. Where is she? Where is that girl? Don't run too quickly, you are too fat. Go slowly, come. Don't run too far. I don't want accident here. That one there. This one has been struggling with the cassava for I don't know how many years. I support her, my people support her, then a little bit, then. So, that one. She's now making bread from cassava flour. I saw it there. So, these are just some of these examples. When they come for these exhibitions, Yalama, go and sit. You see how strong she is? Then Archbishop Odama's project in Achoribur, we had the cassava there. So these few cases can be supported completely. Don't you know, there's what they call Umuruganda Wachitokumamira, scattering, sprinkling. Sprinkling, you try to give small to everybody. Don't give small, even if you give 1 or 2, decisively, and he succeeds. Then he becomes an example to the others. Yeah. They told me that in law they call it poro. How do you call it when you just sprinkle small? Poro. Yes, we don't want poro. Do something, help one part. I've told you I am now a Christian. Imagine. I heard about it from the Middle East. And here I am a Christian. Because there was a success story by Jesus who rose from the dead, overcame death. That's how I am also looking forward to resurrection. So we don't have to have Jesus dying again and dying again here. No. He died and finished. Now we are benefiting from. So success of one person will encourage others. But when nobody succeeds, then that's how hopelessness comes. Hopelessness comes when nobody succeeds. Now, finally, what Omona was saying in his poem Nyankore, the politics of Abayigutsi. I was telling you, Omona, that don't waste time with people who are overfed, and they don't have any problems, and they are creating unnecessary problems. Concentrate on the poor people, the ones who have got need. That's what I was telling him. So I'm glad for this conference of the North. What we need are some successes by the individual farmers, big and small, and by a few manufacturers. That's what we need. That's how the dairy sector, that's what I did with the dairy sector in the cattle corridor this side. We had a few good farmers who became an example to the others, and the others just copied. That's what I recommend for the North. And those need to be supported. We need to support a few so that they become an example to the others. Thank you very much. Apoyo Matek.
Anthems. In reverse order, anthems. Your Excellency, on behalf of the organizers and the PCF team, I will request that you have some pictures for memory with the different teams that I'm going to invite. Camera persons, you will work with the protocol of Museveni to set up. It will be on the banner of the protocol team, organize the place for Museveni. And then I will invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister to join Museveni. I will invite the CEO and then the board chair and the minister for Northern Uganda to go and join Museveni for the group picture. We will have about 5 pictures, Your Excellency. We will start with the ministers, with those persons that I have mentioned, a picture that will include all the ministers who are present. May I invite the ministers to go and join His Excellency, the ministers and the board members, the PCF board members, and all the honorable ministers here present. Kindly go and join His Excellency for the first group picture. All the ministers here present, the board members of the Presidential CEO Forum, and the Prime Minister and ministers. That will be the first group picture. As they take the pictures, can I put on notice the panelists, gather yourselves, all the panelists of yesterday, including the moderator. So Winnie, Paul, Bobby, and Vivian, kindly gather yourselves and join for the second group picture, together with the keynote presenter, Mr. Abola Charles. Go and stand on the side. When the ministers finish the first picture, you will be in the second group picture. So Winnie Lokech, together with Charles Abola, Paul, Vivian, and John Luasa, is it John Luere, sorry, who were on the first panel yesterday. Kindly, you will be in the second group. The second group picture. Once the first one is done, I request the Right Honorable Prime Minister, together with Honorable Omona for Northern and the CEO and Mr. Emmanuel Katongole, to remain permanent next to His Excellency for the other group pictures. So the panel, kindly join. The panel, the rest hold on until I invite you. Protocol ensure that we have order. The rest that have not yet invited, don't join the queue before I invite you. The next group in the pictures, the next group will be the members of parliament here present. The next group will be the members of parliament, all the members of parliament who are here present, together with the bishop, the cultural leaders, representatives, and the farmers' representatives, the 3 from West Nile, 3 from Acholi, 3 from Lango, and 3 from Karamoja. You will be in the next picture. After that picture, we will have another picture that will include the diplomats who are present, the diplomats or representatives of the ambassadors, the EU representative, the Tanzanian High Commission representative, the Kenyan High Commission representative, and the following agency representatives. Uganda Investment Authority, kindly go next to His Excellency the President. The Uganda Investment Authority, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, the representative of the Capital Markets Authority, the UCDA, UDC, and UDB. Their representatives should go for a picture. After that picture, we will have the farmer representatives from the four sub-regions of West Nile, Lango, Acholi, and Karamoja. Those ones, the farmer representatives, move in and take a picture with His Excellency the President and the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the sub-regional representatives. The final picture, Your Excellency, will be with the following persons I'm going to invite. The persons who are going to be awarded by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. They include Professor Ogenga Latigo, Lieutenant General Awany from Nwoya, Julian Adieri Omala from Nwoya, then a representative from Gulu of Paidongo Coffee Growers Cooperative Society, I am told some of the members of that group went ahead, but General Otema was not there amongst them. May I request him to go behind to take a picture? Give him a mask and he goes to take a picture with His Excellency. And I think that will be the end of the picture ceremony. Your Excellency, that will mark the end of the 3-day retreat. We want to thank you very much, Your Excellency. And once more, Your Excellency, enjoy your birthday, enjoy the memory of your childhood, remembering 80 years ago when you were born. And as a country, Your Excellency, we thank you for the blessing of a good life, a productive life. Nicholas and Jackie, the children of Katongole, His Excellency wants to have a picture with you. Kindly get a mask and move closer and take a picture. Protocol, State House protocol, get for them masks and they go and take a picture. Your Excellency, most of these people taking pictures with you were not there 80 years ago, and now they can go and put these pictures on in their houses and say, we know the President when he was born 80 years ago. Let them enjoy that framing. The children of Mr. Emmanuel Katongole, kindly. Your Excellency, as that picture is being taken, we want to thank Nile Breweries Limited, Salms Food Industries, Harry's International, Hill Water, UCDA, Grow Project, Delight, Uganda, Uganda Railways Corporation, and Uganda Revenue Authority, among others. These are some of the partners that worked very closely and supported the forum to ensure that this function, this particular retreat, is a success the way we have seen it. We thank them all very much. Thank you everybody for coming all the way from northern Uganda. Thanks for the participation. Thanks especially to those who researched and ensured that there were researched papers and presentations made these last 3 days. Thank you all very much. And to the forum, we thank you for the organization and keep it up. May God bless you all. Thank you all. Thank you, Your Excellency, and have a good ceremony tomorrow in Nakaseke and the Greater Luero region. Departure will be in reverse order. Let's allow His Excellency to depart first, and then that will be followed by the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and in the reverse order of arrival here,